he is thanking God. What I'm telling you is exactly the mindset of average Igbo man. He never reached his side, so why should he support? Whereas God love him more than others. Do you see? If I go east-west, I still come back to religion because it is the mentality. Religion that is in our land divided us into piecemeals so that we will never empathize with our brother. We will never be in solidarity with our brother. Normally, religion should bind us together so that what is happening to our brother is happening to me. But no way. You go to their various churches and give more offering. Give more provocative tithe. So that we never reach you. It doesn't matter, your brother's properties are destroyed, but it will not reach you. So this is why this Yoruba man is talking about Igbo people, that we are desperate. Our land is pursuing us. It's good we'll be hearing this so that we'll be provoked. We'll be having positive chagrin in order to, and it will lead us into action, positive action. But listen again. Listen.
Igbo and it's below this. They are scavengers.
Igbos, their land no good.
Yes. Their land cannot feed them proper. They are scavengers. So
do you see? I think I put on my timeline the other day, even I played it here, where Hope Uzodinma, the Supreme Court governor, was saying that there are 7 oil and gas companies in Imo State, but none of them have any office in Imo State. Their head office is in Lagos, and that is where they are paying tax. And their taxes are millions and millions of dollars. But they are giving it to Lagos State. This is what we are subjected to be, or to be enduring. So, but this guy is saying that we are scavengers because Nigeria made us to become scavengers. They confused our Igbo brothers, Ikweres. They intimidated them into taking another identity, that denying their identity that they are not Igbos in order for them to survive. This is a ploy, is economic ploy, part of economic strangulation. They splintered us and divided us into pieces so that we can no longer be a whole Igwe, a bunch of broom, a bunch to make noise and it sounds. No. That is why let Buhari call us a dot, because they have done the job. They divided the Igbo, Igbo communities. They divided the Igbo land into pieces, into different places, including Kogi and Benue, so that Igbo people become minorities everywhere. And our people are not seeing the. I don't know how Ohaneze Igbo and all the rest, they allowed this to be continuing until now. We are talking on IPOB. Some of IPOB members, you see, these are children of yesterday. Some that are seeing this. I don't know. I didn't know why our people didn't react and never reacted to all this. They saw it as it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. Oh, it's a Nigeria project. We continue saving Nigeria project in order to destroy our collectivity, our nature, who we are as a people, while others are building their own themselves. It's very sad, honestly. Very, very sad and pathetic. So, I don't blame this guy. He's telling us that we are scavengers. Because our people are not portraying what is happening to us, to the world, how it should be. That 7 oil companies are in Imo State paying taxes in Lagos. And that all those taxes are being used in order to build Lagos. But where they are working is in Imo State, getting the natural resources, now spending the money in Lagos. So why shouldn't we be scavengers? Tell me why. Whereas our political class do not reveal all these things to us in the due time. The former governor of Anambra State, Willie Obiano, it was towards the end of his term, 8-year term, that he revealed that the crude oil in Anambra State, that no royalty was being paid to Anambra, the normal 13%, that instead the royalty that's supposed to be paid to Anambra as a state, as agreed, was being paid to Delta State because they did lateral drilling down onto Warri, and there they opened the tap into the sea. And the people there are claiming that it is our oil, it's our oil, it's our oil. Whereas the morons, foolish idiots in that we call ourselves Igbos are there. The governor didn't reveal all these things. When they see all these anomalies, they don't reveal it to the public. Say, look at what is happening in case. But this is the reason why we are scavenging every other place. Whereas our land is filled up with milk and honey. Go to Akwa Ibom. Go to Bonny. Akwa Ibom State is a land also filled with crude oil. But look at their citizens, the indigenous people. Look at our people there. They are scavenging for crayfish. Even in that scavenging for crayfish, the Nigerian Navy, they don't allow them. They pursue them. Sometimes they shoot at them if they see them near their side of drilling and loading oil. And they are being reduced to paupers. These are our people. This is, you see that it is a strategy to destroy us as a race. They try to reduce us to a land that is only producing raw materials. Don't you see Ohaji Ebema Oguta? Don't you see that Ohaji Ebema? The multi-million, if not multi-billion state-of-the-art gas processing plant is built there in Ohaji. But the villagers don't have electricity. The villagers don't have road. And but this is a place where Western Europe is counting in order to replace their gas supply, which have been removed, or part of the gas supply that have been removed from Russia. This is a place, but they are making the Fulani Caliphate. They are the Caliphate. They are making millions of dollars per day. Millions of dollars per day in our land, in Ohaji Ebema. Only that place only. But you see, if I say people from Ohaji, from all those villages, please, if the line open, if you can, you call me, that are living even in diaspora. Some of our people are washing pampers for all the people in Europe and America. Some are carrying pupus in other countries in order to make ends meet. Whereas our land is filled up with milk and honey. This is how we are meant to be scavengers. This is a question we need to answer. The only way to stop this is spontaneity. For us to come together as a collectivity, support what IPOB is doing. That is the only thing. There is no two ways about it. This mockery, this insult we are receiving, it is good. That is why I'm playing it, for you to understand. They say that our land is pursuing us because we lack politics. We favor individualism. And individualism is not politics. We must rise up politically, otherwise we perish as a people. When you are rich as an individual and your people are poor, you are nothing. Without we, there will be nothing like me. That is what we should understand. Let me continue playing a bit before I close, please.
And they are coming with red eyes. You understand? It's just like a poor man that's coming from a very poor background and he's coming to do something with you. My friend, watch your back because he's coming from the poor background. But if you are doing something with a rich kid,
But they had money now.
no worry. The money where they get,
You see,
the money where they get now from here they get them. Now from this land then they make them. But their village, that make you see say if you from their village come and you are, they need to go back, go show they say, oh Dogu don't come. I don't come back. I went, I saw, I conquered. That's why they will go and build that big house in their village. Then they will praise them that you have tried. Because you went to those people's land and you have brought money.
oh, we seen Igbos doing excellently well in US. We were
Listen, now their land no they produce. That's why you see Igbos everywhere in the world. They
Our land, no, they produce. That is the lies being purveyed because Ima Arra Lawa for ya Orizio Menala, we have empowered them to insult us. A land that is sustaining Nigeria. You say our land is not producing. That is it. So, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about this insult? Our land that is filled up with crude oil everywhere, with gas everywhere. Our land, the gas in Biafra land is, according to official reports, it's more than 33% of the whole gas in Africa. But I know it's more than. I know, I'm quite certain that it is the highest, the largest deposit of gas in the whole world. But they put it, say, in the whole of Africa. But before they were saying Algeria has more gas than Nigeria, that is than our land. But they confess, they say no, it's a lie. That Nigeria has more oil. Where is the oil? I mean, more gas. Where is the gas? In Okwa. Where is the gas? In Ebema. But go to Ebema, you don't see our people have run away because that is economic strangulation, and that is why this Yoruba man, either ignorantly or mischievously, is insulting us that we are running away from our land. Let us learn how to be united and do something in unity. Stop allowing your religious leader or pastor to deceive you that you can survive individually when you have personal encounter with Christ. Please, this is deception. We all can survive together. It is Igwebike. Let us apply this strategy of Igwebike. That is the only thing that can empower us. Are you getting what I'm saying? But once we continue this individualism, we are heading to destruction. And that is why we are targets anywhere we are. Because we cannot give collective response. Everybody is fighting for his own to save himself. That is the only thing. As I told you that my friend explained to me that when he went to Lagos New, they beat him into a pub because of just nothing. Something mundane by Yoruba ally. Few are Yoruba in the midst of thousands of Igbo people. They didn't realize that, look, if they react, now they can save this guy and they can stop that nonsense. But each and every one of them is afraid, saying, now if we react, they can come and attack all of us, so they can put fire. But you must save, you fight this thing once and for all. Even if you fight to save your brother and you become a victim, you continue fighting. Others will join. Before you know, they will stop it and stop it forever and say, no, we cannot continue, because if immediately you touch any of this Igbo man, all his brothers in Lagos will join. But they know that if they touch you, you are alone because others are afraid. That's why they are doing it. Are you seeing it? That's why I say individually we are nothing. That's why IPOB is here, in order to champion, because IPOB is an enlightened organization. I say mentally enlightened organization. That is why any attack on IPOB is attack on all of us. Don't you see how we are dealing with that Bitcoin chief, Gaius? Of which this is the beginning. Ima IPOB Obu Onye Oge Ndụ Na-atọ Ya ụtọ. I've been saying this. When things will be doing our secret work on you, you will not know. Until it can take months, it can take years. One day the result will surface, and that time you will tell you say it's game over. That is how IPOB is thorough. Some people will think that that time we do that. No. We keep quiet and be working internally, doing what we are doing. You will not know until when jungle mature. We tell you that yes, jungle don't mature. We have absolute proof in order to do what we are doing, and you'll be in a mess anywhere you are in the world. That is IPOB, an enlightened group, an enlightened organization, and enlightened groups. We are not individualistic. We are collective, and that is what we are trying to teach our people. So let us not allow this insult be meted on us in order to remain like that. Let us have a change. Because if you are insulted, sometimes you have to ask yourself, am I really like this insult? Judge yourself first. Don't react immediately and say, no, this person, nonsense. That's why. Say, no. Am I like this? What can I do in order to stop this insult? Because they have been imposing political elites in our land. They impose the Imo State governor on us. And we gave out a later reaction. The even later reaction was instigated by IPOB. And the other people, other states say, nah, Igbo something. Make on hold on, make on a fight on a battle. This and that. It cannot happen here. If it is here in Anambra, it cannot happen. You know, this is how we talk. In Lagos, it is like that. They did in Lagos every time the same lamentation. As it happened in Spanda, in Arab international market. Other places, other people, other places, no, you will not reach here. Don't worry. We are the upper of our side is very, very good. We have you are always living on people's mercy because we are not collective. Imagine what would have happened if the Igbos in Lagos, the traders in Lagos closed their shops. Yes, you are right. You close their shops. If we are saying, no, it's not going to work. You don't go to shop. But individually, you need the money now. You cannot sacrifice. Say, oh, beg. Nah, me, the thing happened to a beg. I go open my shop waiting. Waiting. Because some of our people, they are such, we tell them not to just mind your business. Don't allow these other people to affect you. Otherwise, obey the voice of God. God is protecting you, so go and open your business. You know, very foolish ideology. This is something that should have, you know, turn reaction for people traders, in the north. So to send a message, a collective message. What they do is, no, instead they write them courage. Say, don't worry, we are rich. Don't worry, chief with here. Maybe what he can tell that we are resilient now. On the bomb, they will not understand how many people will die out of heart attack, heart failure, for what happened to them. Do you know what it means to build a house and we become destroyed? Your livelihood, your properties. Do you know what it means? This is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the line so that people will start coming in. Please do not go away. I will be right back. Please do not go away. I will be right back.
I ka na-ewetara unu ọnọdụ Igbo dịka ihe anyị na-eme bụ Igbo bụ Igbo ekele m unu Nneka Chimete na-ekwu I ka na-ewetara unu ọnọdụ Igbo dịka ihe anyị na-eme bụ ebe ọbụla ihe mmekpa ahụ na ihe mkpagbu ahụ na-eme ndị Igbo anyị ewetara unu ezi ka ose maka ihe anyị chọpụtara bụ na Nigerian media ihe ọbụla gbasara ndị Igbo ha na-asọpres ya ebe anyị nọ n'ụbọchị taata unu ga ha ahụ na ka ụmụnne anyị ndị nọ na Spanda nọ na Chetse na-ebegharị akwa dịka eji were katapila na-akụrisi ihe ụmụ Igbo na-arụ na Spanda ụnụ maka ndị a chụrụ enweta Spanda nwa bụ na Obasanjo nyere ha ya mgbe a na-eme privatization ha were ya ebe abụọ ọhịa enwere uru ọ bụla mana today ha chọọ nọ n'ebe a dịka ebe na-eweta nnukwute ego na-akwụ tax support gọọmenti na anyị arụchala ọ na-aga ha na-amịbata nwayọọ nwayọọ anyị nọzire dịka last week wee fụ ka o si efegharị n'anya mmiri fụ ka katapila si na-arị ụlọ ndị mmadụ na-arịtu ya ka anyị ji ka anyị bịakwa ka anyị wetara ụlọ ka o si wee mee onye mị na ya nọ ebe a nwanne gwa ha aha gị
afọ ọmụmụ Chukwuma Ileka PA to CSO of Spanda.
Okay, onye nwa PA to CSO Spanda ya nwa na-akpọgharị anyị n'ụbọchị taa ka o gosi anyị ebe akụriri ihe ebe anyị na ugbo abụọ
new site Spanda new site
ihe awụ Spanda new site you can imagine ụdị ego a ebe a arụsị agha ndị mmadụ bido ahịa ụdị na ụdị ego ha ga na-eweta na gọọmenti mana tata bikos na anyị bụ ndị Igbo na a na-achọ ha na-eme anyị ka eji ribo ya biko na unu ga-eche anyị ga-ewetara unu ka o si na-eme ndị ọ metụtara ihe kpatara eji na-eme ya ndewo Igbo bụ Igbo dịka anyị si na-agwa unu na mbụ ihe abụcha ụlọ ahịa ndị mmadụ rụrụ arụ ụnụ mana ihe awụkwanụ nga ebido with 2 naira Awolowo nyere anyị na ka a lụsịrị agha ewere 2 naira nye anyị ka anyị wee nwee ike ịhụ na egbutọpụrụ anyị after Awolowo kwuru na ji agụụ as a hunger as a weapon of war mgbe ha sị na ha agaghị emeri agha Biafra were gbuo over 1 million children of Biafran nation. Then after the war onyekwa anyị 2 naira to finish us up ngwa na omeho ihe chọpụtara ugbu a na President Buhari Chinedu tekere continue from ebe Awolowo kwụsịrị from every indication ihe niile nke ha na-eme o gosi na o continue from ebe Awolowo kwụsịrị Awolowo ga-erote the build up to 2023 election Amusu former governor of Ogun State pụtara kwuo na wepụta anyị hụrụ ka audio nkata ya na our current president Shetima kpara Shetima wee na vice president kpara Shetima vice president kpara wee na-agwa ndị Yoruba na ha na-agba ndị Igbo nkịtị and ụlọ n'anya hụ na policy Buhari from now continue to Tinubu ịhụ na policy ha wụ to strangle Igbo business unfortunately ya na bounce back maka na ha bụ echi ego ego na ihe eji eme importation ụmụ Igbo bita n'ahịa gị gbakọ na ma ego ejiri gba agba ma nke iji ship abịa na ngwa ahịa adịghị bita another one ihe wee rịa elu ha hụ na nke ahụ anaghị awụ ọkụ ha gbalịala chụpụsị ọrụ bekee ugbu a lahaji bank lahaji ịla lahaji ha hụkwa na anyị ka dị strong so ihe ọchọsị ụmụ ụgbọala umezi atak ọdụ ebe anyị nọ na-azụ ahịa mana Chineke nke ndị Igbo Chineke nke anyị na-efe ọ bụrụ na Chukwu ekwe ha ka anyị kpochapụ anyị n'agha ọkụkọ ka ekpochapụ anyị oge esi ize ego anyị niile na bank ana m agụ na ndị Igbo ihe wụ another face a sị na achịkọta onye ụwa achụgwa anyị ebe ahụ dị ya mma ihe a na-abụ a wake up call to ndị Igbo na ọrụ ole mgbe anyị ga-ewegharị ọnọdụ ọrụ ole mgbe anyị ga-anọgharị no excuses ọnwụ na ndị nna anyị ha enweghị excuse mgbe anyị nyere ha 2 naira mgbe e nyere ha 2 naira ọ ga-alụrụ agha ha wee ya they did not try they did not give any excuse ha wee ya kulie I think in this time and era we will do better no more port anọghị n'ala Igbo ha agaghị etiri anyị port no more they won't put it anyị ga-take the bull by the horn wetara na ọdịmegwu Ojukwu bịara ebe a baata mgbe a na-edepụta Spanda maka ọnwa ihe na-aga imenụ ndị Nnewi wee bịa ya chi wee laa na Nnewi a na-esi ike eburu kontena ala na Nnewi mete ya ndị Hausa anaghị shop ha ebe a. Ndị Hausa na-eme ha tụta ha si ebe a bụ ya laa Kanu. From Lagos to Kanu is over 12 hours. Lagos to Alibu is less than 6 hours. Ndị Igbo atị nke oge eruole mgbe anyị ga-anọgharị. Mana aka na-ebe dịka ọtụtụ ndị jụrụ mgbara ajụjụ ọnụ bụ ị na-ala ka ndị gọvanọ ị na-alakwu. Ya wa ajụjụ ha na-ajụ. Ya wa ajụjụ ha na-ajụ.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra Land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 30th day of September 2025. Therefore, our lines are now opened. And in just 1 second, let me say something on what this Lolo Neka said. That what our people are complaining also. Say you are relocating. You are relocating to who? To go to where? To the governors, to the political elites in Igbo land that Fulani Caliphate have positioned to be there, to be causing havoc for them, because they are the people that encourage, that made sure to encourage our people through their actions and inactions to run away. Today, they are the people that are supporting criminality, because many of them were criminal. We are direct armed robbers before they become governors, before they switched into politics in order to be doing armed robbery through politics. And that is why they are sponsoring terrorism and criminality against our own people in Igbo land. Do you see the same way that in the north, many politicians in the north are direct sponsors and leaders of Boko Haram, Fulani terrorists, ISWAP, and all the rest of them. That is why you see all these terrorist organizations in the north progressing. That is exactly the same way when it comes to Biafra region. That our governors and political elites are also members, direct commanders and leaders of all these criminalities or criminal gangs that they are pushing to be targeting that they are ESN, which they are not. There is a video that are going on where they capture people, kidnappers, and they say it's ESN. These people by Agnes Chamber. These are the false narratives that are being purveyed. And our people should understand this is tarnishing of ESN image. These people have nothing to do with ESN. The people that are supporting criminality, sponsoring them, gentle who have said it. It is the Igbo politicians. They are using it the same way in the north. Or it is the northern politicians, political class that are direct sponsors of Boko Haram and all the rest. That is why, they are still festering. Sani Abacha said that any insurgency or any criminality or terrorism that goes on for more than 48 to 72 hours in a country, that, the hands of the government or influential people in the government is among. That's why they cannot. That's why it can continue. Otherwise, if the government wants to deal with it, they will deal with it decisively. So, the people they position, Fulanis, they are very, very smart. They position political elites in Biafra region in order to make lives very miserable for people to run away from our land. That is the reality of it. And these are the things we must fight. Today, they are festering our land with insecurity, so that you cannot. So people want to come to our land, they say no, you cannot come. If they see any person that come from Lagos, this and that, to invest, they will come to village. They will try to pursue you to kidnap you, so that this plan, the economic strangulation of Biafra region, will continue. So that to make people to be afraid of coming home, establishing. Don't you see that? They are using all these local criminals, kidnappers. They tell them, they give them, they are working with the Nigerian police, they are working with the Nigerian military forces, Nigerian defense force, all this, in order to make sure to continue to, you know, take our people, I mean, to chase our people out of the Biafra region and to make our people not to come. That is it. That is the reality. So our lines are now opened. Our WhatsApp and Signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat once again, our WhatsApp and Signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I have a caller already on Signal. Caller on Signal, you are the first caller. Please, can you start by giving us your name and where you're calling from, if you may? Welcome to the program, Mazi. Please go on. Caller on Signal.
Mazi Jonathan, I say, yes, Mazi, I say, may Elohim bless you greatly. Ofikama mbekere nkokwa. And ebe okenye ga-achị iri ọchị na anwụ obere ozigbo akwa. Because ebe ọbụla nwatakịrị nwata na-ebe akwa arụ aka ma nne ya nọ dị nna ya nọrọ dị. The foolishness of an Igbo man have get to high heaven. It has no way to describe here. No longer attached or feel any sentiment or any when you talk about how good Igbos are or how ugly Igbos are, because all these things they are saying about us, if it's not how
Mazi, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Go on, go on, go on.
In the program that it's very easy, but going back, it is in the Western world where things, there is security, there are, survival means, which is easy. But when you are in a place like the zoo and you're seeing, I guess also as in it is as the most easiest thing, but it's just clouded with individuality. I don't know if you have been in a place where you are talking to most of all these people that felt that they are more wealthy. Rubbish you. If you see how they will mess you, that you have all of this knowledge and yet you are still impoverished. They will mock you, laugh at you, use you to finish 21 years, and even make sure that your kind of person never step foot close to their place, their level. So all these things you see that is happening, we are the advocate of it. What they call it, my 12 somewhere in Lagos. When the Yorubas make effort to come around here, don't you see how they revolted? They are in another place close to what they call it, something. Place when it comes to Lagos. And the kind of criminalities that goes around that place, raping of women, snatching of bags, killing people. Do you know that they don't have the balls to go to that very place? Mazi, this very 12 fair now that talking about, if you go to that very place, true to God, any bulldozer, the whole of that thing would because you find out that these are very, very stupid. Do you know that plazas grow like grass? True to God. And it's not that but one person will make sure he buys all of them and make it scarce. He has multiple buildings, but he wants to acquire more because the more scarcity is it, the more it increases people will time that in Lagos to build. It is the most stupid thing anybody can do because you will spend the money which you will use in erecting a full building where you are just filling the swamp, doing what they call it, the piling of the foundations and all of those things. Erecting of all of those kind of structures you see that they are pulling down doesn't take more than 60 to 50, 70 million naira, depending on how solid the individual wants it to do. That kind of money doesn't willing to build all kinds of building in the east before you now started all of those things. And none of those buildings that the Lagos State Housing Authority did not come and collect money. They even have the agents in those people that plasters and lay your blocks and do all of those things. They are people that will go and cover them. And they have paid and paid and paid. Do you know, right in their front, they are telling them, even the state house members are telling them that your C of O is not a guarantee that they can take it. There is nothing that have not been done to these people, and they don't want to hear. And I said it last time in this very program that even if something happened to us spontaneously all around in Nigeria, what it will spare us to do is just to come and shout and let us go and kill and push you. If you're not mindful, you go to any war with them. But they don't have the mental toughness when that thing that they said we should go to stand it. If it's hunger, if it's death, when it increases, they use God to draw you back to square one. That is why we must be careful with this our masses, this our population that is going like blinded people. These are the things that will come if you have happened before prior to the 1967 war and all of those things, and it's happening in our front. I will not be here and wait for it to come because I've started my relocation already. I did some certain things in the east, no matter how small it is, but it was that will spoil me instead of me to be waiting when I will have be putting millions. Let me go and do that little. That little, it was not even how I expected it to be, but it is something that was draw me back home, and I've started relocating. My voice, it is good. It is better to be safe than sorry, because what is happening presently, it will get worse. Because Ojukwu have said it, Mazi and Kanu have said it, and in this very radio we have. And even we are even lucky that his IPO be around, because it would have been worse. Because I've been a big you now know. Mazi, there are other people that is online. I say, may Elohim bless you. The leadership, I pray that they will continue. Elohim will continue showering them with wisdom. What they are doing, we are solidly behind them. In no distance time, all must be Biafra, either in tears or in smile. Thank you so much.
There we Mazi. Thank you very much. You said it. That's why, like what you said now, our people, due to their sentiments, ngwa bute ka anyị gaa zọgbuo anyị ga-aga anyị ga-eme nke a gị chee ma people nọ ndị mmadụ na-ekwu when you fall to their destiny. The same people will come tomorrow. When they see difficulty, they say, now you put us in this, so I beg, the way they will sabotage you, you will surprise. That is our people. And that is why we lost the war. Hey, Ojukwu, I beg you, stop this madness. And the people started blaming Ojukwu. Whereas it's the same Ojukwu that told them that, look, going to war is not easy. He tried to negotiate to make peace so that we continue remaining. Our people heard him say, if you don't want to declare Biafra, we will bring another person and push you out from there. That is how our people. That you see, IPOB has studied our. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say he studied our people for how many years? The same thing the DOS today. That is why anything they talk, the DOS will keep quiet. Just they do the right thing. That is the only thing. Do the right thing. If you follow our people with sentiment, tomorrow on how I got a chog with a kick, now you put us in this mess. So that is it. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp.
Mazi, good evening.
There, Mazi.
Oh, Mazi John Cruz Nekwan. I'm calling from Canada. Mazi, when you were playing that clip from that woman, seriously, I was shedding tears. Looking at what is happening to our people. In fact, I'm always in tears. Even right now, as I'm speaking to you, we are like you normally said, Kai Haredi Kona Koran. Mazi, you see this teaching you are giving in this radio Biafra every time. I like you to continue with it. Because you always say consistency is the key. That is what Mazi Nnamdi have always said. Consistency is the key. Mazi, yes, I'm a Christian. But do you know the basis of our problem as Igbo people is religion? There is nothing, wherever you can look at it, our problem is religion. They use religion and Christianity to cage us. Do you know if this Christianity we're talking about, now, assuming that it was during that genocidal war, our people could have even said, wouldn't have even go to that war because our pastors will tell us not to go. That is our problem. You see what is happening to Igbo people. In fact, sometimes I will even try to say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, why not, leave this people and then go your way? Because I get church ganye testimony. Ndị ya na-emekọta gị na alaba na giga church ganye testimony. Thank God no orugu side ha. Pastor Akora aka no because if they have already destroyed us. Ihe m na-achị ikwu na biko ọ dịka ọ dị m chọrọ ka m kwuo ya ka ndị IPOB niile ege m ntị na anụ ihe m na-ekwu ka m kwuo ya n'Igbo akwa nwere these politicians ma gọvanọ elu gọvanọ ala ya dịka mgbe ahụ adịghị gị ga ka agbazie ọkpụ dọkịta makwa mebi dọkịta ha mara na ya na-aga nwa anwụ oge na-epe eti gị si gị hapụ ọ ga-adị mma ihe ndị politicians anyị na-eme akwa ụnyaahụ edire ndị agara today na Lagos State Fair ahụ mbụ Peter Obi Abaribe ndị a edile ha ka aga ka mụ ọwụ na ndị people chọrọ iri atị ka aga ka mụ that don't worry we are looking into it. This thing na-eme or today ka o bidoro. Did it start today? There was the history of that Alab International. Mgbe ha nọ onwe one Dorasa Kanu, a destroyer, ga chụpụ ha n'ime ọhịa, ha aga n'ime ọhịa ga develop. Why not our people will start reasoning? Every day, Odika, that tape in a play, Kule and Alahaji, I have been listening to that. Everything that man is what is playing out today. I told my friends about has Nnamdi Ipob like a conspiracy theory. They say, oh, now won't conspiracy theory. But everything is playing out as that man said it. They are not going to stop. If you in a way if ndị Igbo ma anyị bịakọta ọnụ fight this trouble, I won't trouble. Nnamdi Kanu ekotala ya wo kotala ya. I have if they defeat us in this generation, we are gone and there is nothing we can do about it. Mazi biko jisike akwụnwe this teaching in teach every time. Continue na teach oga barere. A lot of people are being converted. I'm telling you the gospel truth. Jisike that our mother now gave everyone. You see, they have people also. They are going to use this idiot scammer. Daguno Nalibo. Can you Alibo? Okay, that girl able today. Or yesterday, that Arise TV girl able. Oh no, Alibo can hammer. How they blew ya in proportion. So the IPOB, all the IPOB here Buria, here Milenka, but they have killed that girl. On Abuja can have home, Omen Alibo. Omenala Igbo, the whole paper ndị ọga ka ma na Obrahim or Afghanistan, the kind of thing name na ugwu Hausa na ebe omebu n'ala Igbo, but the hair use their press na blue ya insecurity n'ala Igbo, insecurity egwu ofu onye, while in the north they are killing en mass. Mazi biko akwụrụ asụ ka m kwukwe ya ọzọ maka ndị IPOB niile akwụrụ ka anyị ghara ige ntị all these things the politician ha sị gị na ma nke a kwuru ala eso oti kwudorade na don't worry, we are in the forefront a ga-release man ọwachi onwe anything the leadership chọrọ ime they should go ahead and do it. Let them not look at all these people anya because they are just using it to massacre. If they want to take any action, they want to let them go ahead. Let them look at anybody. God bless IPOB. If not because of IPOB, am I member again or today? Oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na asa here in Lagos today will not happen. Only one command to go again. Nobody is speaking for the Igbo people. Here dealing our slaves. This kind of thing, men are everywhere. But now they have given use these politicians, these their slaves. Can massage one, so that no black come down. It's no black chef for everybody went back to Gausa.
Thank you. We can't we are not tired at all. Thank you very much. You know, when you talk to our people and they say IPOB conspiracy theory, it's normal to our people. What they are expecting is because it never happened to them. And all these things will come to them, some will not be alive in order to prove that, oh, this is no more conspiracy theory. Here we have played clips about how the tiger base, the tiger base, how they are killing our people, how they are destroying our people, how they are harvesting our people's organs. But some of our people don't believe until you see some of them. There is this content creator, which one time ago I played his clip. When it happened to him, he said, okay, even when they were telling me, I didn't believe that this type of thing is happening in Imo State, where. But it happened to him. And now he believes. This is how our people behaves. They had a kwe, so until it happens to them. So when we say conspiracy theory, let them, maybe some people that are their houses were destroyed in this Aspanda, they never believe that it will happen to them. It will come to them because they have contacts, number one. Oh, there is this Oba of Lego. They are friends to Oba of Lego. They have his contact. So what are you talking? But now it happened to them. And others will not learn. That is our people. That is a problem with our people. And that is self-destruction. Self-destruction. We will never continue like that. Let me go to Mazi Obasi, please. I think you are on air now. Please. Let me see. Mazi Obasi, can you hear me? Mazi Obasi, please unmute yourself and go on, please. Mazi Obasi. Mazi, please go on.
Jonathan.
There we go.
Thank you very much for giving me the time, and thank you for continuing to help our people. We will not be tired. We will not stop. Our problem is multifaceted. One of them is what you have always spoken about, religious beliefs that are detrimental to our survival as a people. Um, that's one of the biggest problem we are going to face in that area is a problem of syncretism. People transferring the belief from an abandoned religious practices into a new one or into the one they have converted into, which sometimes if it's even worse than the earlier held wrong beliefs. I say that because a lot of our people who are, so to say, going back to what we might want to describe as our roots, are doing so transporting the same belief, doctrine, and dogmas from the deeply rooted bad beliefs or destructive in Christianity. And when we talk about this thing, it looks as if we are attacking Christianity just as what they believe in that we have problem with. And we have seen that play out in many ways. People die, they go to church, they receive someone, then they find a way to forget about it. And they are okay. They're okay. And it keeps happening. So our people who welcome Peter Obi and his friends, some of which have called him names. But for some reason, in the name of the things that will protect one Nigeria, they were able to come together and this it. I just want them to ask a simple question. This exact same injustice happened to a blood brother of the same Peter Obi. What did he do? Besides going there with camera and lamenting, what did he do? What has happened? Was he privately compensated? Was he able to sue them? Did they even do anything to show that he has a better fighting chance compared to the rest of them? So what exactly is this that is giving them hope that because Peter Obi, some politicians were there? Did it not happen during the time of Fashola? Didn't the governor of Anambra State visited? Has it not continued to happen? What has stopped? And one of the guys there was, saying very arrogantly, I spoke to the president. I spoke to the president.
caller said. No, if I become governor, if I become a senator, or if I become a president, this thing cannot happen again. Let Igbos should grow up from being toddlers. We should grow up from being deceivable, gullible, fantasizing. Why do people not react? One of the main reasons I can tell you with boldness is because of their different Christian religious affiliations. This one, their pastor will say, we hear what happened, but did it affect you? As my members, they say no. Say, okay, we continue praying. It will never touch any of you in Jesus' name. So you go to your normal businesses, don't do anything, just pray and be prayerful. Nothing will happen to you. Finish. They don't care about others, so as it doesn't affect you, you thank Jesus. Is it the right thing? You use the misery, that the misfortune that happened to your brother, as something to give testimony. It didn't happen to you, so it affected your brothers. Is this a belief that we should believe what you believe? It is destroying us as a people. These are things we must eradicate from our brains. We should see it as anything that happens to you, it happens to me. It doesn't matter your religious group. Meanwhile, there is reports which you have been always, even by Amnesty International and different other non-governmental organizations worldwide, in America and so on, that Christians are being slaughtered, which is in Nigeria, which is correct. But how many of all these Christians in Nigeria has risen up in solidarity for their brothers anywhere? Does it happen? The answer is no. So people are fantasizing that, Trump will say it so they can come to war and fight for us against the caliphate. Get out. So you are study in the whole world. Have you ever seen in this time where maybe America go to war to defend the Christians? Anywhere they are persecuted, they just went to war to defend Christians. Tell me now, is there any place? If there is any place, please inbox me. But as far as I know, there is no place. Only this report. Christians are being killed. They are being persecuted. These are reports. We hear it like songs in our ear. And that is the end. That report continues going on. But they can go to war for even other religions. But you, as a Christian, tell me, they always give you fantasies, keep you hoping. As you hear the result, the report, they are killing Christians in Nigeria. Yeah, hope they will use it to preach in churches. Don't worry, Donald Trump is watching. America is watching. They will come to fight for us. God will use them. Go and sit down. I said, go and sit down. You are just living in cloud cooker land. The result, the report is where it ends and nothing more. Even when they were killing Christians in Syria, did you see America send them troops to fight for them? No. They give them visa to run away. And many were murdered. So, what are we not saying? In all this case, the only thing that can save us is coming together. And IPOB has offered a platform for us to join hands together. In order to do what? In order to do what? To fight a collective fight. Even if you are not a registered member of IPOB, try to donate, support us financially. Anonymously, unless you want your name to be mentioned on radio anytime you give money, there is no problem. We will do it. If you want your name to be shouted here, give us money, give us that money, support us financially, so that there are people that are doing the doings. But when you are not supporting financially, and you are not a registered member, you are not contributing your quota in any way, but you are supporting us morally, you are praying for us, you are a doomed human being. You don't need to exist. I'm telling you. So this issue of destruction of our properties in Lagos, we should make sure to come in terms and rise up. When you say that Nigeria is a country for all of us, why then are they doing this to us? This is a question you need to ask yourself. Do you need to wait when the thing happens to you? That is when you will understand that this is not a conspiracy theory. Is that what you're saying? Please, a word is sufficient for the wise. Now, before I close, let me please announce this on air. For those whom we are defrauded by Bitcoin thief, kindly write down your case on how he defrauded you briefly, and include your contact number and attach any evidence you have against this criminal, and send them to these emails. The emails are kagumezie@yahoo.com. That is C-A, let me spell it. CAGWUMEZIE@yahoo.com, and Mike Hamza @gmail.com. MikeHamza@gmail.com. Please, if you are defrauded by Gaius, the Bitcoin thief, send all your proof. Write down your case on how he defrauded you briefly, and include your contact number, and attach any evidence you have against this criminal, and send them to these emails. Let me spell out the emails again. KAGWUMEZIE@yahoo.com. CA, not KA. Sorry, I'm very sorry. CAGWUMEZIE@yahoo.com. Let me take it again. CAGWUMEM like marble, M like Mezier, MEZIE@yahoo.com. Another, the second email you can also send is MIKE, that is Mike, HAMZA, Hamza, all one this thing, one word, Mike Hamza @gmail.com. This is it. In mine now, IPOB na ajubu maneri. This boy Kotogoku IPOB, and he will face the music. It is not how some people think that it will happen, but it will happen. That is it. When the time reaches, but it will happen. Let's say this guy Okotogoku and the IPOB, we don't forgive. We are not the India that said no, man, I forgive now. And Jesus said, forgive 75 times, I've been 70 times. We don't forgive. Forgiveness is not in our dictionary. That is it. So we must continue. Now, before I close, please let me read this. It is for our understanding and taking precaution, because what Nigerian army is using, they are giving free medical outreach, mostly I think in Abia, in Biafra region. Nigerian government free medical outreach, a threat to Biafra population, please. That is Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. It has come to the knowledge of IPOB, Abia State media, and Biafrans in general of the ill motives behind the ongoing free medical outreach by the Nigerian government through her proxies in the Nigerian Army and Navy. Currently, the Nigerian Navy are at Omo Eka Junction, Isialangwa South, LGA, Abia State, today, 30th September 2025, beside Brinak Kulba, giving free medical attention to our people, thus carrying out vaccinations on children, mothers, etc. This program is highly condemnable, seeing the vast hatred against Biafrans by this Tinubu armed regime. We therefore call on the Navy and the Nigerian Army authorities to cease forthwith from further vaccination of our people without the approval of Ndibo and Biafrans in and around every corner of Biafra land. And we use this medium to enlighten Ndibo on the dangers of this free medical outreach as follows. 1. The Nigerian government has been in bed with the Bill Gates Foundation, whose sole purpose has been the deduction of African population. Number 2, Bill Gates and his alike sees Africa as his guinea pigs that deserves his vaccine tests. We shouldn't allow them to continue seeing Biafrans as such. The Nigerian government equates our life lower than that of a Fulani cow, so they can play a dangerous politics with our lives without giving a damn. Number 3, those who inflicted us with diseases through their poverty enhancement policies can't be trusted with the same medication to improve our health issues. Number 4, the reduction of Igbo Biafran population has been the sole agenda of the British and her Nigerian counterparts. Thus, Biafrans can't be enrolled in anything free vaccinations of the sets who wished for our total extermination. To preserve our lives from dangers of Nigerian government and Bill Gates genetically modified organisms, we must say no to Nigeria Bill Gates sponsored free vaccination. Together we say no to GMO and the Nigerian security forces who have embarked on this destructive journey. Bear in mind that IPOB intelligence units is following every of your motives towards this evil mission. The protection of lives and properties, the peace and progress of Biafra region is the sole agenda of IPOB global movement. Signed, IPOB Abia State Media. That is it. So, anywhere, onye ọbụla na-anụ na Nigerian military or Nigerian military is na-enye vaccination, na-agba ọgwụ vaccination, ọ na-enye ọgwụ free of charge, biko gbawa ọsọ, agakwana akwụnyekwana nwa gị ka agba ahụ ọgwụ. Ndị a, the type of hatred ịkpụ asị ha kpụrụ anyị agide enwe ike inwe olileanya, inwe ntụkwasị obi na ha ga-enye anyị ihe n'efu. Bikonu ntị bụkwana nka. Do not allow any of your child, any of your siblings to be vaccinated or to be treated free of charge by the Nigerian military, irrespective of how you are suffering. Please. Because if it is something good, these people, they will not come to Biafra region. I'm telling you, Nigerian federal government, they will never come to our region. If it is something genuine, they will avoid us. They will be doing it in the north and in the southwest, and they will never reach our side. So please, Bill Gates But if they inject your daughter or your child, he might be sterile. He might develop other sicknesses and die later, and you will not know. Oh, ịkpụrụkwa gaa na church ọrịa wakwa. The same pastor will tell you that is your sibling. Either is your uncle, one of your uncle that is a witch that is causing your problem. Let us be wise and stop being foolish, please. This is where I'm going to stop. Thank you for listening. Biafra remains who we are. It is our ideology. Biafra is our religion. And we must continue in making sure that Biafra is restored. There is no retreat, there is no surrender. Notwithstanding that they are holding our leader, but we must continue. We must be defiant. That is the only way to progress and to make them understand that their holding of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will never discourage us from moving forward. That is the message that we should send to them. But once we continue centering on, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released, otherwise, otherwise I'm tired. If do you think that they will release him? If they know that without him we cannot continue, we cannot move on, they will never release him. I am telling you. But once we continue as if, now, you don't hear, IPOB moves on. I continue, you continue donating, you continue supporting this movement. We continue, supporting with our different quotas. I am telling you that they will come and see that now these people, they are holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot stop them. So what do we do? Then we go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and say, what do we do? IPOB is still moving on. What do we do? We thought that holding you will stall them and keep them moribund until they will be waiting until you come. But they are not waiting. So what do we do? They will be forced to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is it. But when they see that, this holding of our leader is affecting us badly, as some people say, I will not contribute until Mazi Nnamdi come out. Others say, no, I'm confused though. Only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if he come out, now we follow him. Now they will have a point, sufficient point to continue keeping him, because their target is IPOB and nothing more. Thank you for listening. We must be wise. Here we expend the wisdom. We teach enlightenment and wisdom. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply
Let's just get right into it. Of course, the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was abducted from Kenya by the Nigeria government on the 19th of June 2021. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was tortured in Kenya for 8 days before he was extraordinarily renditioned from there to Nigeria. And since then, Nigeria government has continued to hold him illegally in the DSS dungeon. This is a crime Nigeria government committed against a British citizen in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, against the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. This is a man who committed no crime. This is a man who committed no crime. Nigeria government went to Kenya, abducted him, brought him into Nigeria, and since then they have kept him in solitary confinement. So Nigeria government goes on breaking their laws over and over and over. This is a very, very lawless country. And at the same time, we are calling for the unconditional release of other Biafrans who have been abducted, who are incarcerated in different dungeons by the Nigeria government. We are saying enough is enough. Nigeria government must stop the dehumanization. The Nigeria government must stop the extrajudicial killing. The Nigeria government must stop this attitude. In Nigeria, it is fashionable for Nigeria government to abduct, to kill, to do whatever they want to do. It is now in vogue for the police to extort from people. It is now a norm for police to harvest organs. In Nigeria, everything has been turned upside down, and we are saying enough is enough. Release Biafrans, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, release other Biafrans who you have abducted. And yesterday, actually, so many people witnessed some sort of change in the way that the international community has been aligned for a couple of years now. And this is as the result of the winning of the United States of American election yesterday by Donald Trump. And yeah, people have been celebrating. I saw somebody yesterday who said to me, you know what? I was in town yesterday buying people alcohol simply because of that win. And I said to myself, wow, okay. This is something. This is something. I mean, you guys are really celebrating America's win. Okay, then how will we celebrate our win? And I want to let you know that what happened in America yesterday did not just occur in a vacuum. It didn't just happen. People worked hard for it. People made sure that that thing happened, that the win happened. It didn't just happen. So it is not something to allude to some spiritual powers that made it happen. No, it is as a result of people's effort. Yes, there is a place for spiritual things and all of that. There is a place for the metaphysical, but not everything is left to the metaphysical. Not everything is left to spirituality. We have to do our part so that the spiritual side, they know that you've done your part, therefore the remaining they can do. But you must do your part. So this morning, as I'm saying this morning, I'm encouraging you this morning, we must wake up and do our part. We must wake up and do our part. And in that spirit, I want to bring this news to you. In that spirit, I want to bring this news to you. This heading here says, INEC chairman faces jail threat as Serap files contempt suit over failure to go after electoral offenders. And this was published on Sahara Reporters on the 27th of October. And it goes on to say the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has filed a contempt lawsuit against Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. This is due to his failure to investigate the allegations of electoral offenses committed during the 2023 general elections, identify suspected perpetrators and their sponsors, and ensure their effective prosecution. Okay. So this is a very serious issue. This is a very serious issue. They say Yakubu, the man in charge of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, failed to investigate the allegations of electoral offenses that was committed during the 2023 general elections. And I know you are not surprised that this man refused to investigate anything because he is chairman of whatever electoral malpractices that happened. I mean, this is somebody who ensured that a man who actually forged his certificate is the current president of Nigeria. This is the man who made it possible. This is a man who made sure that somebody with a criminal record was not disqualified by INEC. This is a man who made it possible that a man with a fraudulent certificate was not disqualified. And today he is here. And today he is still there ensuring that those who helped him in order to bring this abomination to Nigerians are in their positions. And this goes to tell you the state that Nigeria is in right now. There is no solution to Nigeria except bringing Nigeria to an end. That is the only solution that you can bring to Nigeria. And this is why IPOB has brought the only solution to the Nigerian problem. The only solution to the Nigerian problem is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has offered to Nigeria, is what IPOB has offered to Nigeria. So as you are celebrating, as people are celebrating, do they remember that, do they ever think of the fact that Americans actually did something in order to ensure that they are where they are right now? Are people thinking of it, or is it just celebrating other people's wins without saying, but then, what about us? What about us? The fact of the matter is that elections have consequences. The fact of the matter is that elections have consequences. You have seen the consequences of the Nigerian elections that brought Tinubu in. You've seen the consequences of Goodluck Jonathan losing election, and then Buhari was forced on Nigerians. You have seen the consequences of forcing Buhari on Nigerians that led to mask wearer being forced on Nigeria. Mask wearers, not even one, mask wearers being forced on Nigerians. And that led to a certificate forger, somebody who is a drug dealer, who was convicted of drug dealing in America, forced on Nigerians. So elections have consequences. The question is, who is paying the price? Who is paying the price? That is the question. And what price is it? That is the question that we must be asking ourselves this morning. Who is paying the price? Who is paying the price, and what is the price? Now, let's look at the price, because it might seem as if we are talking about something in the future, but we are really not talking about something in the future. We are talking about now. People are paying the price right now. Okay, look at the price here. This news says courts misinterpret federalism, lacks authority to stop state allocations. Professor Odita accuses Wike of procuring judgments. This is from November 3rd, 2024. And this is one of the prices that you have to pay for electoral fraud. This is one of the court doesn't even know its place. There is total misjudgment. There is total misinterpretation. They don't know their place. And 2 days ago, I did read about the court in Enugu that asked the police, that made a sentence in judgment where police officers disappeared somebody that they abducted in the name of cultism, and they disappeared the person, and the court asked for 20 million to be paid. In as much as at least there is some sense of responsibility that the court has been able to bring these people to some sort of judgment, but we are saying that that kind of judgment will not bring any sort of solution to the Nigerian situation. The courts must understand their responsibility and must wake up to their responsibility. But what you are seeing right now is the result of when somebody is forced on you. For instance, look at Imo State. For instance, look at Imo State. When Hope Uzodinma was forced on the Imo people, what has happened? The Imo people have lost a lot of lives, in tens of thousands, if not more, that Hope Uzodinma has killed for organ harvesting and for several other things. That is a cost that you have to pay, that we have to pay for such. And it is not just for such. When you leave such to keep happening, there are more. The price to pay is not, it's more and more. It increases as the day goes by. It increases as the day goes by. Now, let us look at another price that people are paying. This is also from Sahara Reporters. It says, Nigerian police plot to dismiss female officer in Edo. Demote husband for exposing rapist colleague who molested teenage suspect inside cell. This is the price that Nigerians are paying for electoral fraud, for not being able to put somebody there, for not being able to have their mandate there. And the crazy thing is that Nigerians have never had their mandate to represent them in the government house. Never. They've never had the person that they voted represent them in Asorok. Right from the first election, according to the British citizen that was part of those who organized the first election, he made it clear that that election was as fraudulent as the Tinubu's election, the election that brought Tinubu in, broad daylight robbery. And it says Nigerian police plot to dismiss female officer in Edo, demote husband for exposing rapist colleague who molested teenage suspect inside cell. So now they would rather support rapists than to actually defend their children. They would rather support rapists than defend their children. And does this not remind you of the allegation the army officer, the woman, made against a colleague, another army officer, that she was always being drugged and raped by that army officer, using other soldiers in order to bring her, drug her, rape her, and do whatever they want to do with her. And this happened for a long time. This is what is obtainable in Nigeria, a place where there is no rule of law. Now, let me read this news for you. It says the Edo State Police Command is set to unjustly dismiss a policewoman, Inspector Edith Uduma, for exposing alleged sexual molestation of a female detainee at a police division in Etsako West in Edo State. Sahara reporters learned that the policewoman had witnessed the incident involving one sergeant, Abraham Ozobo, and a female detainee whose name is kept anonymous for sake of human sanctity. The detained female was removed from cell where she was kept to the administration unit of the cell, where the now dismissed officer Abraham drugged her and had carnal knowledge of her. The victim was aged 17 as of the time of the incident. Sources familiar with the issue told Sahara reporters that after witnessing the incident, the police divisional officer was contacted, same as the station officer and one Inspector Ina Yibala. It was, however, gathered that the DPO, SP Osemwegie Lillian, failed to act on the incident by reporting to appropriate authorities up until 5 days after the incident took place. Sources told Sahara reporters that Edith was asked not to file the case immediately, but she did. A development that angered the EBA divisional police officer Lillian when she resumed the next day. It was also understood that Inspector Edith was pressurized to drop the issue by the DPO of EBA police station, Jatau and Auchi. It was gathered that when the DPO did not act, Edith reached out to a personal assistant to the police commissioner to report the incident. She was asked to go to the area command to report. Our source confirmed the development, telling Sahara reporters that the case was reported to the personal assistant to the commissioner. It was the personal assistant to the police commissioner that informed the commissioner after the DPO failed to do so. It was after the commissioner got aware that the DPO wrote a signal saying she was never informed. The news is just so much. Let me leave it here. But I'm not here to bring out this gossip. You understand? This is the everyday lifestyle in Nigeria. The question I have for you Nigerians is, are you not tired? Are you not tired? Like I said, I'm not here to bring it out as a gossip. I want to point especially to the fact that Nigerian children are not safe in Nigeria. Nigerian children are not safe in the hands of those who are supposed to protect them. Nigerian children are not safe in the hands of their parents. Yes, they are not safe in the hands of their parents. Look at how a police officer molested a 17-year-old girl, raping her, drugging and raping her. And this has become a norm. Remember in Imo State, not so long ago, a young girl, I don't even think she was up to 16, was raped so much that by the time she came out from the police station, she was already pregnant. Now, before we even go to the point of the craziness of these crimes that are being committed daily by the police, let us look at the fact that these kids are abducted every single day by the police. Why is the police abducting these kids? Why is the police, the army, why are they abducting these children? Why? Abduct them, accuse them of one crime or the other, detain them in their cells, rape them, drug them and rape them. And at so many points, they kill and harvest their organs. And this is happening in Nigeria, broad daylight, as a consequence of the fact that Nigerians don't have power over their own lives. Nigerians are not in charge of their lives. And this is very, very crazy. This is crazy. What is happening in Nigeria is crazy. Nigeria treats their own children with so much hatred. So much hatred. It is just crazy. Look at this other news here. It says, escalating hunger will drive children away from school. Nutritionist warn. Escalating hunger will drive children away from school. Nutritionists warn. The reason actually why there is so much hunger is to ensure that Nigerian children don't go to school. That is one of the reasons. Okay, let me explain. Before I explain, let me ask you, where is the future of the Nigerian children? Where is the future of the Nigerian children? You just saw the other day how Nigeria government brought children to court. And not only that they brought children to court, they kept those children in their dungeon, DSS dungeon, for more than 3 months. What did those children do? They came out to protest that they need a better life, that they are hungry. That's all. The only thing they did was to come out and ask their government to save their lives. And what did their government do? Their government abducted them. Their government abducted them. Their government said, no, we're not going to let you talk to us anyhow. Their government abducted them. These are children. I've just read to you a police officer raping a child in his protection, drugging and raping a child, which means they keep these drugs handy. And the fact that these people are all doing all that they can in order to protect this police officer goes to show you that this is a norm. They have normalized this. This has become one of those where it's like drinking water for them. And I just read to you the verdict of what escalating hunger will do to children. Do you think that those who were able to abduct these children from streets because they were protesting hunger, kept them in DSS dungeon, did not feed them to the point where when they brought them to court after 3 months, they collapsed on the floor in the court? Do you think they care about these children going to school? Of course, they don't care. They've already shown it by taking them off school. They have already shown it by taking them off school. Now, there is this other clip I could play for you, but okay, perhaps I'll play it later for you. Police officers, actually, what they did was that they stopped these students, their future generation, their children. They stopped them and then they kept them on the road for more than 30 minutes, after which they forcefully took money from them. They extorted them to the tune of 15,000. And then they kept those kids' phones. And after that, after the extortion, alert came to the guy that, okay, you've transferred this amount of money. And the police officer saw that alert and said, wow, so you still have some more money. And then took these young people, took them, and what happened? They ended up kidnapping them, asking them to call their family, their friends, and all of that, until their family and friends were able to send a total amount of 10 million naira. 10 million naira. And we'll get to why this is happening, because, you see, I asked the question, I said, where is the future of the Nigerian children? Where is the future of the Nigerian children? So when you call in, please, let's have a conversation with regards to that. Where's the future of the Nigerian children? I'll tell you my opinion, because I don't think the Nigerian children have any future that is different from being farm animals. And by farm animals, I'm talking about being tools for, organ harvesting. They become just ordinary organs. This is what Nigeria has designed their children for. And I'll tell you why. But you know that most times when we talk about the future, we always imagine a distant time. We always imagine that, oh no, it's still there, it's coming. But this morning, I want to let you know that this idea is not true. This thing of imagining the future being tomorrow, being in some distant time, it is not true. The future is right here. The future is now. Now. This morning I woke up like usual by 1, and then I said, oh man, I wish I could have slept at least for 4 or 5 hours, And then I looked at the time, it was 1. I was like, okay. So what do I do? Okay, let me do one of the things I usually do when I wake up. And then I said to myself, okay, what time am I going on air? By 5 o'clock Biafra time, that is 6 here. So by 1, actually, that is by 12 Biafra time. That was when I woke up. So I said, okay, you know what? Why don't you just try and sleep? At least, even if it's for 1 hour, 2 hours. I knew it was not going to be possible, but I just said, just try and sleep. Why did I do that? Why did I say to myself, just try and sleep? Because I saw that 5 Biafra time, I still had 5 hours. That is 12 Biafra time to 5 hours, right? So I was seeing it as in the future. I saw it as, yeah, it's still gonna come. It's still coming. So it's in the future, right? But look at where we are now. Have we not passed it? Have we not passed that 5 o'clock? We have, right? So how long did it take? It just happened. It just happened. So I say the future is today. It is now. Not even just today. It is now. It is now. Tomorrow. The future is now. Because today that you are enjoying was once a tomorrow. Of course, it was once a tomorrow. This moment, this second, this particular minute was once a next week. This particular minute now was once a next week. It used to be, in fact, 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, 1 year ago. At a point, it was 20 years ago. At a point, it was 1,000 years ago. But here we are. You know, this thing of future, I discovered that it is an illusion. You cannot separate it from the moment. You can't separate tomorrow from today. You can't separate 1,000 years from today. What do you think is the difference between now and last 1,000 years? There is somewhere in the Bible it says there is nothing new under the surface of the earth. There is nothing new under the surface of the earth. So yesterday, today, tomorrow, they are all the same thing, one thing. They are all one thing. But whether it will be for good or for bad depends on what we do now. Not what we do today, but what we do now. So one thing is for sure, that let's make it clear that the flesh, the skin, doesn't have the capacity to stay as constant as the illusion of yesterday. The illusion of yesterday, the illusion of today, the illusion of tomorrow. So for us to ensure that the dreams, for us to ensure that the aspirations we have for tomorrow, for us to ensure that the plans that we have are achieved, what do? We create another us, a continuation, another us with a skin, with a flesh that can be fresher, that can be able to sustain those plans, that can be able to sustain those dreams, that can be able to sustain those aspirations, make sure that tomorrow, when the skin is no longer able to power us, that they are achieved. So we program that other us so that we can be able to propel them in the direction that ensures the continuity of tomorrow, the kind of tomorrow we want to build. And why am I taking my time to talk about this? Why is this really important, you might ask? Why did you come from where is the future of the Nigerian children to talking about tomorrow, talking about all these things? It is because if you want to know the character of a man, look at how he treats his family. If you want to know the future of a man and his wife, if you want to know the future that people are building, look at the behavior of their children. Look at how they treat their children. How they treat their children will determine their future, their behavior. This is why I took time to talk about the illusion of the future. When you have today, the illusion that no, tomorrow is going to come. When you already have tomorrow today, you are living tomorrow today. This is why intelligent people invest in their children more than they invest in themselves. Because they know that that is the tomorrow. Because they know. The truth is that we are able to reach out. We are able to touch the future with every child we inspire. With every child we condemn. That is the only way for us to reach out and touch the future. You know, Nelson Mandela in September 1997 said something very critical about the relationship between a society and its future. He said something very critical. He said the true character of the society is revealed in how it treats its children. The true character of society is revealed in how it treats its children. You know, Look at Nigeria and how it treats Nigerians. Look at Nigeria. How it treats Nigerians, its children. If you want to see, okay, if you want to see, of course, you know how Nigeria sees itself tomorrow. You know where Nigeria is going to tomorrow. Onyendo has made that clear. If you want to see how a country sees itself today and how a country sees its future, that is the future it wants to build, a future it looks towards to, look at how it treats its children. When Onyendo said to us, Nigeria, if we do not bring Nigeria to an end, it will bring our lives to an end. Some people thought it was a joke. Some people thought it was just a rhetoric from a rabble rouser. But look at how Nigeria is treating its children. Is that the way a country that wants to survive treats its children? Look at the character of the Nigerian government, the Nigerian state. You know, people show their character through what they do. And that is why people are defined by their actions. Your attitude or your character cannot be differentiated from your actions, the actions you take. Oh, that is nonsense. That is absolute nonsense. Your actions define you. For instance, you characterized as a thief if you steal. When I characterize people like Hope Uzodimma, people like Simon Ekpa and his criminal gang, people like Olusegun Obasanjo who actually promoted this criminal, and these other Nigerian politicians, including their journalists like David Hundeyin. When I characterize these people as a threat to the well-being of Nigeria, to the well-being of Nigerians, it is because their character is one that threatens the well-being of Nigeria and the well-being of Nigerians. They are so-called countrymen. So it doesn't matter how much they claim to be fighting for the ordinary man on the street. When their actions are contrary to what they say, don't even bother listening to them. Don't even bother listening to them because their actions, they say actions speak louder than words. Oh, I'm an investigative journalist, but you could not even do a little investigation to find who actually is supporting the criminal in Finland. No, because that is not your character. Your character is to be used as a tool for hire. Oh, Tinubu is destroying Nigeria. When you left Nigeria, was Nigeria any better? How many people did you bomb Batodi? Isn't it Timaya sang a song because of the massacre that Obasanjo committed? Oh, no. But the economy wasn't that bad. But you killed people. Isn't it people who will leave first before they talk about economy? Yeah, you have to be alive first before you talk about economy. So you go bombing communities, not even like bombing communities, and you have the guts. He has the guts to come today and complain. Oh, you see, the actions. Every society shapes its children in the direction it aspires to go. That is, when you look at how Nigeria is shaping Nigerians, can you predict the direction Nigeria is heading to? Can you predict? You know, during slavery, what Britain did was, if you disagree with them, they'll say to you, no, we are lawful people. We're using the law. After they've killed everybody and subdued everybody. And then they'll bring their own law into your own country. And say to you, and then bring you to their own court in your own land. controlled by your law. They don't even care about your law. They said, no, yeah. They bring their own law. And then they do whatever they want to do. Even the people they use, they don't have the rights to be lawyers. Nothing. They don't care about the process. They just, it's the law. It's been pronounced, and that's it. And that's it. Because they were trying to build a system where you see them as Lord, and you see that, it doesn't matter, this is their law. They will just use it to defend themselves. That is what they have been trying to build. And until today, they are still building that. They expect you to know that you don't challenge the Nigeria government in court. If not, they will keep you in prison for as long as they want to. Is that not what is obtainable in Nigeria, keeping people in prison for as long as they want to? So every society shapes its children in the direction it aspires to go. It wants Nigerian children, those children that were in court, to know that, listen, we have the power. You are nothing. You don't matter. Because children give a society an opportunity to have a future, an opportunity for them to continue their project. So what type of future is Nigeria giving to Nigerians? Therefore, you cannot mistake the character of a society. You cannot mistake the direction that Nigeria is headed. When you look at how it is treating its children, raping them without any kind of no remorse, killing them without any remorse. When a society treats its children with hate, when it doesn't love its children enough to care for them. Okay, let's say that Nigeria is not killing Nigerians, of which we know it is killing Nigerians. But let's just say that it is not, and then people are suffering from hunger. What do you think that is? What do you think that is? Because if you care for your children, what do? You think ahead. Oh, school will soon close. Before school closes, you've already made provisions so that in the house, somebody will take care of them. If you are going to work, you probably call your sister, call your mother, call somebody that will take care of them if they cannot take care of themselves. That is what you do when you care. But not Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't care for Nigerians, so it doesn't make provisions for the children to be taken care of. It doesn't make any provision for Nigerians to be taken care of. None whatsoever. Basically, they are left to the mercy of the Nigerian state. A state that treats its children with so much hatred. Are you telling me it wants them to succeed? It does not want them to succeed. And let's just go to this news now. Let's see. Let's go to this news now. This here is from Reuters, and it's about an investigation that has been carried out in Nigeria. It says the abortion assault. That is the headline. The abortion assault. You know, this here is very, very painful to read. The Nigerian military ran secret mass abortion program in war against Boko Haram. They tagged it a war against Boko Haram. Meanwhile, they were running secret mass abortion program using the funding they get to fight terrorists in order to forcefully abort Nigerian children, forcefully kill them. And I was asking myself why. I will tell you the conclusion I came to as to the reason why they did this. Because you'll be wondering, why would Nigeria be using the money they were supposed to use to fight terrorists in order to commit this mass abortion? But let's go to this investigation. It says, this is from Reuters actually. Reuters conducted this investigation. It says, since at least 2013, the Nigerian military has conducted a secret, systematic and illegal abortion program in the country's northeast. ending at least 10,000 pregnancies among women and girls. A Reuters investigation has found many had been kidnapped and raped by Islamist militants. Resistors were beaten, held at gunpoint, or drugged into compliance, witnesses say. You see the modus operandi. Is it not the same with what the police did? Okay, let's go to it. It says Fati wondered if her life was over. This is how Nigerian children wonder if their lives are over. It says Nigerian soldiers surrounded the Lake Chad Island village where Islamist insurgents held her and many other women captive. Shells exploded, bullets whipped by as her captors fled. Fati blacked out in terror. When she awoke in a military camp nearby, I felt the happiest I've ever had in my life, said Fati, now in her early 20s, recalling the attack that occurred several years ago in Nigeria's northern Borno state, which means she was less than 20, because now she's in her early 20s and this attack happened several years ago. The rescuing happened several years ago, probably a teenager. It says, over more than a year, she told Reuters she had been forcibly married to insurgents, beaten and repeatedly raped, resulting in a recent pregnancy. Who knows how many pregnancies she's had, but she's talking about the recent pregnancy. And let's see why she was talking about the recent one instead of maybe others. Now, finally, she had been rescued. I was extremely grateful to the soldiers, she said. About a week later, Fatisha said she laid on a mat in a narrow, dim room at a military barracks in Maiduguri, the state capital. It was rank with cockroaches skittering across the floor. Uniformed men came in and out, giving her and 5 other women mysterious injections and pills. You wonder why after 1 week, she's still there. She's in Nigeria Army facility. After 1 week, dirty facility. So Nigeria Army, after the billions they budget, after the billions the government budgets, they can't even provide a facility that is worthy enough for their children to stay in. Because they have no value for their children. That's why they cannot have a good facility. This girl was rescued only for her to be for a week in a place with cockroaches, according to her, skittering across the floor. You can imagine how dirty that place is. And they came in, uniformed men came in and out, giving her and 5 other women mysterious injections and pills. After about 4 hours, said Fati, who was about 4 months pregnant, she felt searing pain in her stomach and black blood seeped out of her. The other women were bleeding as well and written on the floor. The soldiers want to kill us, she thought. So now let's stop here a bit and wonder. Let's wonder a bit. Why then would these soldiers attack the terrorist where they rescued her from if they wanted to kill her? Why? Why then would they attack them? Then you get to understand that perhaps they have a different reason for attacking those terrorists. It wasn't to kill those terrorists or whatever. No, the reason why they attacked those terrorists, we still do not know. But it was definitely not for the good of the country, nor the good of its citizens. It was definitely not for it. So let's read more. It says Fati was 4 months pregnant when liberated from the insurgents. Soon after, she says, soldiers medically aborted the pregnancy without telling her. And she was warned, if you share this with anyone, you'll be seriously beaten. She recalled the injections, then understood the soldiers had aborted her pregnancies without asking or even telling them. After the women washed the blood down a squat toilet, she said they were warned. If you share this with anyone, you will be seriously beaten. Imagine a soldier beating you. You know that when they tell you you'll be seriously beaten, it's death. Since at least 2013, at least, they're saying at least, which means that's at least the one they know of. The Nigerian army has run a secret, systematic, and illegal abortion program in the country's northeast, terminating at least 10,000 pregnancies among women and girls, many of whom have been kidnapped and raped by Islamist militants, according to dozens of witness accounts and documentation reviewed by Reuters. This is crazy, isn't it? This is crazy stuff. This is the kind of things that happen in movies where American people come to rescue their citizens from these guys who are just what's the word they usually use? That word, from savages. You know, they come to rescue from savages. Now, who is the savage? Who is the savage here? The Nigerian government. The Nigerian government is the savage. It says the abortions mostly were carried out without the person's consent and often without their prior knowledge, according to the witness accounts. The women and girls ranged from a few weeks to 8 months pregnant, and some were as young as 12 years old, interviews and records showed. So even girls of 12 years old, they were not immune. They are not immune. They are still being persecuted. They are still being gang raped by the Nigeria army, by the Nigeria police. They are still being drugged by the Nigeria police and the army. And their children are still being forcefully killed by the Nigeria army and the Nigeria police. This is here. This is according to Reuters investigation. 12-year-olds. And these are people who are heavily pregnant from a few weeks, to even 8 months old. 8 months old. It says this investigation is based on interviews with 33 women and girls who say they underwent abortions while in the custody of the Nigerian army. Just one said she freely gave consent. Out of the 33, one said she freely gave consent. Reporters also interviewed 5 civilian healthcare workers and 9 security personnel involved in the program, including soldiers and other government employees such as armed guards engaged in escorting pregnant women to abortion sites. So they even have armed guards. They are armed to ensure that they scare you into even agreeing, like that girl agreed. They scare you into, you feel like your life is over. You feel like, you see, the girl said that she thought they poisoned her. They're trying to kill her. They're trying to kill them. So with such, why wouldn't these kids agree? One said that she freely gave consent. No, that one did not. You don't know the pressure, the force, the kind of threat they put them under. It says Reuters reviewed copies of military documents and civilian hospital records describing or tallying thousands of abortion procedures. The ones they have recorded, thousands of abortion procedures. The existence of the army-run abortion program hasn't been previously reported. The campaign relied on deception and physical force against women who were kept in military custody for days or weeks. 3 soldiers and a guard said they commonly assured women, who often were debilitated from captivity in the bush, that the pills and injection given to them were to restore their health and fight diseases such as malaria. In some instances, women who resisted were beaten, caned, held at gunpoint, or drugged into compliance. Others were tied or pinned down as abortion drugs were inserted inside them, said a guard and a health worker. Bintu Ibrahim, now in her late 20s, recounted how soldiers gave her 2 injections without her consent after picking her up with a group of other women who fled the insurgents after 3 years ago. When the blood came and the terrifying pain, she knew she and the others had been given abortions. The women protested and demanded to know why, she said, until the soldiers threatened to kill them. So now, you ask yourself, why would this soldier go on to rescue these people and then force them to abort? Because, number one, it wasn't a rescue. Like I said to you, it wasn't a rescue. Number 2 is they are working with this terrorist, and that's why I said to you it wasn't a rescue. Okay, tell me, why else would they forcefully abort these children then? What else is the reason? I'll tell you what I came up with. It makes sense. Could be wrong, but it makes sense. It makes sense that if, for instance, let's be rational now, if a woman should escape from a terrorist who kidnapped her, beat her, raped her, it is highly likely that they were unable to break her to the point where she became an accessory to her own persecution. So she escaped. That was why she escaped, right? Because if she was broken to be an accessory, she would see herself now as a wife. And now, when others are coming in, she'll be the one helping to break them into submission, right? So the fact that they ran away meant that they were not broken and that they hated their circumstance. And what do you think is going to happen when they give birth to those children? They will tell those children that their fathers, their parents, were this and this and that and this wicked. And those children will become a threat to those terrorists. And you see how the army now comes in. They come in to ensure that they kill those children before they are even born. So they come in to kill those children who will become threats to these terrorists, because the army and terrorists are working together. Because the army are actually terrorists that are recruited and given uniforms as Nigeria Army. It is clear, you know it, the information is out there that Nigeria military recruits terrorists into their rank and file. Not just the military, but several security infrastructures in Nigeria recruit terrorists into the army, to the point where a GOC, General Officer Commanding, said clearly that these terrorists should come and join the army, that they have opportunity to become the president. And with this conversation, this statement is not what we are going to be having today. Someday we'll bring up this statement because it clearly shows that the army are planning something, talking about being a president of a country. In a democratic dispensation, he's assuring soldiers, terrorists who recruit into being soldiers, that they will be given opportunity to become president. If that doesn't tell you that these people, for a long time, they still have their eyes on taking over power. But that's not where we're going to today. So, you see how they are working with terrorists. Because those children will, of course, hate their parents, their father. Because their mother ran away from that because she could not tolerate it. And guess what? Those children will come up, grow up, and will be told by the community that this is who your father is. Your mother was abducted and raped and beaten, and that's how you came out. And they would hate. And they would become a problem to those terrorists. So the Nigerian army had to come in and rescue the terrorists. So this morning, I want you to bear it in mind that it is the Nigerian government that is destroying Nigeria. Oh, IPOB is destroying Nigeria. Oh, look at even what this. I'm ashamed at people who call themselves investigative journalists like David Hundeyin. Look at, just imagine coming out to blame IPOB when Nigeria government clearly is destroying Nigeria. Do you know why? Why are they destroying Nigeria? Why are they making sure that they are destroying Nigeria? For them to take your land and give to the Fulanis, for the Fulanis to take your land, of course you know anyway. They will have to destroy every chance that you get to fight back. They have to destroy it. They have to destroy every opportunity that will present itself tomorrow that you have to use to fight back. They have to destroy it. And this means destroying your future today. This means killing you today, even before you are born. If they can, they kill you before you are born. And if they cannot, they abduct the ones they can abduct today. They kill you at every opportunity that they get today. Harvest your organs. Harvest your organs. So the future of every society lies within its children, and it's killing its children. Therefore, it is the Nigeria government that is killing Nigeria, not IPOB, not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Therefore, why is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in DSS dungeon? Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is giving life to Nigerians. Those who are indigenous in Nigeria, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is giving them life. And Nigeria doesn't want life for Nigerians. Okay, let's look at the history now. Because I was just thinking to myself, analyzing the curriculum of the Nigerian state since the beginning of Nigeria. The other day I was just analyzing it, going through it. And I came to the point of realizing the way that the curriculum has changed over the years. And you recall that very soon, actually Nigeria government already signed this Samoa Accord, where they are supposed to implement all these gay teachings and all of that, to tell children that it's actually okay that a man can touch a man and sleep with a man and all of that. And a woman can sleep with a woman and touch a woman and all of that. I mean, they've already signed it. They've already signed the agreement. And then a new curriculum will be coming up very soon. So you can imagine that there is now a change. So I was asking myself, all this period, 1914 to now, how has the education system in Nigeria changed? How has it transformed over the years? I realized that in 1914, when the British came in, they were busy trying to mold people, children, who would forget who they were. Remember that your ancestors fought? Remember that they fought, so you still have some figments of those memories of the fighting that they fought to preserve their identity. So the first task was to make sure that you forget. To make sure that you forget, that you forget. That was their first task. So the first curriculum was based on making sure that you are forgetful of who you are. No knowledge of self. For instance, if you are Igbo, you will not understand what it means to be an Igbo, the essence of being an Igbo. You forget. You forget the fact that they fought in order to preserve your life. Your ancestors fought. If you are Yoruba, if you are Hausa, you will not remember what it means to be a Yoruba or an Hausa. You forget that your people were people of pride who fought to preserve their identity and who died preserving it. And so that was the first curriculum. And so what did they produce? They produce they produce leaders like people like Awolowo, people like Nnamdi Azikiwe, people who have no knowledge of self. They produced people like that. The rest of them. The rest of them. Because if Awolowo had knowledge of self, he would have understood the need for preservation of their race. And for them to preserve their race, they must work hand in hand with their neighbors, not working hand in hand with people who came in from Futajalon. Until today, they are still doing it. Tinubu is still doing it. Tinubu said the Fulanis and the Yorubas are one. During his campaign, he said it and he's shown it. You know, I was the other day wondering, why is it that since this woman, the late Ojuku's wife, our eternal leader's wife, since she was actually appointed to a position, out of 7 people, the only Igbo person is her. Out of 7 appointees, the only Igbo person is her. But she made news. You don't even hear about the others. You don't even hear about how many Fulanis were there, how many Yorubas were there. Only the only Igbo woman. She was the only one every time, even in the house. Oh, how beautiful you are. And so they produce leaders like that. So that's the first level of people that they produce, people with no knowledge of self. And these people with no knowledge of self, you know what? One of the characteristics, they are always too eager to be accepted where they do not belong. They don't want to be accepted where they belong. You know why? Because they have that figment of memory of where they're coming from. So they are still traumatized. So they are coming from here. They feel like, you know, if you are traumatized being in a place and you feel like, okay, I'm here, this place is not solving my trauma. Therefore, you go out looking for solution where solution is not even. So these people are always seeking to be accepted where they do not belong. So when they go to London, they want to be accepted. When they go to the Fulanis in the north, they want to be accepted. And today, you're still seeing people doing that. You're still seeing Peter Obi doing that. And the rest of them. They want acceptance. But they do not seek acceptance where they are from. Because they feel like they are already accepted. They feel like, I'm only Igbo now, so what's the point? So the problem is really not whether the society accepts them or not. It is in whether they accept themselves. That's where their problem lies. Whether they accept themselves. And so they keep searching and keep searching for acceptance where they will never be accepted. And so after that generation, the second generation came, and that generation also suffered the identity crisis. They inherited it from their parents, of course. But their own is even worse. Their own became worse because on top of that foundation, Nigeria, Britain using Nigeria now formed this identity where they now rely on their fathers. You know, whatever their parents say they are, that identity their parents say they are, is what they agree. And guess what? Their parents who were looking for foreign validation were given the validation of Nigeria as their identity. And guess what? They sold it to their children. The second generation. So their children seeing their fathers as saviors and the redeemer of Africa. Oh, wonderful people, we got our freedom. They hanged on tightly to the Nigerian identity. They hanged on. And so, unlike their parents, who are less likely to die for Nigeria, they became even more available to fight and die for Nigeria. And so that was what led to 1960. They were busy killing us. Those were people who were second generation, third generation of Nigerians. Especially second generation. They were busy fighting and dying for a country that neither them nor their ancestors created. The likes of Obasanjo, the likes of Yakubu Gowon. Men and women until today who are still fighting and willing to die for a contraption that brings only hopelessness. They are still there. The second and third generation produced by Nigeria's curriculum. You know, when we talk about education, education is not just in the classroom. Okay. Let's go to the next generation, the fourth generation of Nigeria. Because I feel like this has over time has transformed to the point where they feel like we are where we want Nigerians to be now, ready for organ harvesting. Maybe not the final product. I think the final product should have taken about, say, 140 years to develop. Say to properly develop 140, 120. Actually, if not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, this generation would have been the ripe time. If not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, this would have been the perfect time. The perfect time. So the fourth generation, that includes Obasanjo's children, that includes Yakubu Gowon's children, that even goes to the point of including someone like me. People born after the 1970 until 1990. Let's say, yeah, people born by then. And how did the curriculum structure us? The curriculum designed us to be workers in the slave farm. Obedient workers. I'm talking about not those workers who resisted the work, but those ones who were the house niggers. That is what the curriculum was designed to make us. And by that, I'm talking about good managers. The education we received turned us into people who can manage. From 1980, actually, from 1980 to from 1970 to 1990. Yeah, from 1970 to 1990. It turned us into people, managers, wonderful managers. People who can manage a set up structure, because remember that you're coming from a generation where your grandfather has identity issues, looking for foreigners to validate them, and then gave birth to your father, who is now busy fighting and dying for Nigeria, gave birth to you, who is now a manager, managing that Nigeria that your father fought and died for. So they've already created this whole process. Now the manager does not build a structure, rather the manager manages the structure. There is a difference between a manager and an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is not naturally a manager. An entrepreneur doesn't necessarily know how to manage things. An entrepreneur just sees things in his mind, ideas in his mind, and he's able to create them with the help of a manager. So they created us to know how to maintain an already set up system, not to think of how to invent, but just to manage it. So that this is why after studying in Nigeria, you are forced to leave Nigeria to go manage the already set up situation. If you don't leave, then you are in Nigeria looking for jobs so that you can manage a system that has already been set up. You see? So the difference, like I said, between a manager and entrepreneur is, I've already highlighted. Entrepreneur, you can start new ideas, and that is what they train their children to be. For us, we are just managers, managing ideas, managing already a structure set up. We do not develop ideas. We do not develop new systems. We do not develop new businesses. A manager is not just the man in the office acting as the manager of a company, but also the cleaner who makes sure that the workplace is clean and running. Also the security man who makes sure that, because without the cleaner, without the security man, without the driver, without the admin, without the accountant, without the others, the company will not run itself. Even the manager will fail. The manager will fail. All these people do not invent anything new. They do not invent a new process, a new system. All these people do is to use the already set out strategies in order to keep that company that was formed by somebody in line. And if they give you a task and say, okay, this is the growth we're looking for, you now have to find a way to learn from people who've been there before. So Like I said, in 1970, the future that Nigeria saw for Nigerians in 1990 was to be shipped out like slaves to America so that they can manage their businesses there, manage the health of their old parents, manage things for them, maintain their growth. Today, has anything changed with regards to the character of Nigerians? Do you see any change? I'd say, yeah, I've seen some changes. But it has become more constricting. It has become even more discouraging. It is more discouraging for you to generate or grow any idea, to develop any idea. It is even more discouraging than it was in 1970, 1980, 1990. It is choking the life out of any possibility of a better future, whether as a manager, whether as an entrepreneur, because they feel like they've passed that stage. So to achieve this future of hopelessness, Nigeria government have now gone to the young people and to to change the system. So from 1990, there has been a generational, should I say, silencing of the generation. They've been able to try to silence the generation, sideline them so as to make them feel silenced and alone, and therefore unable to shape their future. And so this character is consistent with a country that is not building a future for its children. It's consistent with a country that does not want the survival of Nigerians. And so today they are using those ones that they built in a state of hopelessness, those ones that they built in a more constricting and discouraging environment, to generate organs, to harvest organs. That is why the police and the army are there, raping 16-year-olds, killing, harvesting their organs. And you know, the future they are building for the next generation, can you imagine? Can you imagine? It will become a place where... Let me tell you a story. You see, during slavery, what these slavers did was they created, what do you call this? What do you call this? I've forgotten. You see, you know, there's a place we call Ibariogwa, right? I think it's Ibariogwa. I'm not sure what it's called. Let me see if I can remember what it's called. In Imo State, it's just there at. So it's supposed to be a cultural place where, you know, you have this culture and things. Yeah. I've always seen it as a wonderful thing, but when I think about it recently, when I've been thinking about it, I was asking myself, where did they get this idea from? So what they did was, in Europe, they created a village, like they called it African village. And that's, these days we don't even know. We create African villages everywhere. They know America, ha create the African village, Igbo community. Once in a while, they go there and do one nonsense or the other. They don't even know where those things are coming from. So they created those things, and people will go there for excursion. Like you see when you go to the zoo to watch animals. Yeah. So they went to Congo and to several places in Africa, all over, not just Congo. They took people and they brought people there inside that place where they fenced it. They built houses that are similar to the mud houses where they were living. And then they left them there and orchestrated drama and all of that for them. So people come and those people come out and be acting their drama, be doing this and that and be doing. I saw a picture recently where a little kid was signing a paper, where foreigners were there looking. And if you look around the village, you think, oh, no, it's not an African village. They built that thing there in Europe, and they took it from country to country, from country to country. It was a tour. After in this country, they would spend maybe 2 months, 3 months. People will come and watch. A lot of people will come. Actually, the number of people they said that witnessed that event was in the millions, tens of millions, more than 10 million people. One of the ways of convincing their people that these people are animals. So this is the end where they are coming to, where they will so design it properly, and the next generation, these people who were put in the court for simply protesting, these children who were put in dungeon, DSS dungeon for 3 months for protesting, where they will be put in Nigeria with no fence, nothing. White people will be coming and be watching them like animals. Because you can tell where a country is going from its character, how it treats its children. You can tell the character of a country via how it treats its children. So this morning I'm telling this story for us to be encouraged and not to get you discouraged. No, I'm telling you. I mean, why do we see trouble as discouraging? Why? Why? I don't even understand it. Why do we see trouble as discouraging? Why? Why do we see it as that? So this morning, this is an encouragement to you to let you know that there is work to do. You know, there is work to do. So this morning, when you wake up, ask yourself, what am I doing really? What am I doing? What am I doing? Ask yourself, what am I doing? So Colin, let's have a conversation. Where is the future of Nigeria? Where do you think it's heading? The number to call is +27 73 8090 I repeat, the number to call is +27 73 8090 Where do you think the zoo is heading to? And you know, when our leader call Nigeria the zoo, some people got offended. Oh, why? Oh, this is our country. Why must you call it the zoo? But Nigeria is even worse than the zoo. I mean, our leader actually was very nice calling Nigeria the zoo. I mean, for real, you have people that it blows my mind. I don't understand it. Do you know that anybody that you respect in Nigeria, just check them one by one. Check them one by one. You'll be disappointed. Check them one by one. Check them one by one. You'll be disappointed. All of them. How do you think such a country is supposed to exist? People, imagine someone that calls himself an investigative journalist. This is even what drives me crazy. I'm like, yo, can you imagine? Can you imagine the madness? Can you imagine the madness? It's scary. Nigeria doesn't have any future except the future of destruction. That's the only one. That's the only thing that it has. I have a caller on the direct line. Caller, welcome to Radio Biafra. Please go ahead, introduce yourself and your opinion. Caller, please go ahead. Yeah, I'm not sure. Your line is not so well, but please go ahead. Let's see.
Good morning, Mazi.
Good morning.
This is Oman. My name is Mazi. I'm coming from Aflama. In fact, you wrote this morning that there is nobody that will say that we have been learning a lot from our session, Radio Biafra. But I hope we should continue with this good work. But the only thing I want to appeal again is please, the givers should please make this radio available to every location in Ireland so that our people can get knowledge. We are lacking a lot. We are lacking a lot. There is no way we can do without this information. That is my own. I will still contribute in subsequent time, but I want to make this happen. Since Socha so Koroj Jam the Biafra in Nisipa. We can't get it to late if you are using app. And some of us are not ready to subscribe to app. Some of us didn't know about it. Please, if our people can push and that this radio Biafra go into every nook and cranny that we can get it like the way we used to get it in the year 2012 when you type www.radiobiafra.ipop.org, you see you listening from your location. But it's no longer. Thank you for your this morning. I thank a lot. May the Almighty teach you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all hail Biafra. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, the truth is that the radio is a work in progress. I must tell you that the radio is a work in progress, and we are in war front, so it's being fixed. The ones that are not working are being set up nicely, so but it will take time. So we must exercise some patience, but at the same time, we must be able to use the app. It's the sacrifice that we must do. If we cannot afford to use the app, then we must cut off Facebook. We must cut off this social media. You know, I think we must be teaching our people what is called a scale of preference. What is more important to you? You know, and I thank this caller for bringing this to our attention. Honestly, it's very important. There's something called scale of preference. What is very important to you? What do you think in the hierarchy of your needs? Which one is more important? In the hierarchy of your needs, what is more important to you? You understand? So, our people in the hierarchy of needs, these are people still suffering from the whole situation that Nigeria government has put us through. So, most people just want to be happy, you know, even for a fleeting seconds, they just want to be happy. But IPOB is not offering a temporary cure. We are offering a permanent solution. A permanent solution. That is what we are offering. A permanent solution. So join us. The line is still open. You can call in, have your opinion heard. Let's listen to these police officers.
10 million naira. That's what we're having. My name is Harrison Wamlishu. We just left Unogwa, AIG zone 16, Unogwa, Bayelsa State. All right. Some NYC members traveling from Warri to Port Harcourt. You know, they are Deltans. They were stopped at stop and search in Bayelsa State. Some officers who are now identified as surveillance team of the AIG Zone 16, Bayelsa State, took their phones from them and searched them. They found nothing. They searched the car. They found nothing. So they asked them to please to give them money for fuel. Because of the delay, they delayed them for almost 30 minutes. So the young man transferred 15,000 naira to the officer. This is the account he transferred the money to. And after he transferred this money to the officer, I think the officer holding his phone saw the debit alert on his phone dropped, and he saw that he has some huge amount of money in his account. So they can't change them for him. You know, immediately he saw the debit alert on his phone, they dragged them into the car and took them away. He drove them for about 2 hours in the bush, going from different location to another, until they now took them to Zone 16, Bayelsa, where they took them to the office and forced them to make some videos that they allege internet fraudsters, Yahoo Yahoo, and the rest of them. So they started telling them to tell the family to send money. They started calling friends and families, and they're sending money to their account until they got about 10 million naira, which they transferred to this POS account, was paid to POS accounts. The officers involved in this case, they just patrolling around the yard, like they were laughing at us. So, We don't collect them now. We go see you, show you now go see. You know, they were like threatening us in the place. So we now went to AIG office to go and say AIG. The PIO led us to AIG office. And the way the man shouted at me, the way the man treated me was very, very bad. And it shows that he is working with these guys. He's the one backing them. Because if you're not the one backing them, I don't see the reason why he should be angry with me. So the AIG should call the AIG Zone 16 to order. Because these guys have been doing this thing for so long. A lot of recovery has been made. These officers, nothing happened to them. Tomorrow again, they'll go back again to the road again to go and commit more havoc. The anti-cultism unit of that same Zone 16, money was recovered just last 3 weeks. The officers, nothing happened to them. It continues. Now, after this recovery, now what happened next? They will still go back again to the road again to go and commit more havoc. Expect people, held them hostage, and force them to transform into their account. It is criminal. It is criminal. And I believe these officers are the ones destroying the image of the Nigerian police force. They should be called to order.
Okay. This is interesting. Okay, so this is actually an officer that is speaking, an officer talking about Nigeria police are the ones spoiling the image of, but he got to the point of asking the IG, Inspector General, that is the overall chairman of the Ndeke, the overall Onishi Ndeke, to come to their rescue and bring these guys to order. Let us look at the IG. This is the IG that actually criminality is not as if the IG doesn't know that there is so much crime happening in Nigeria. No, it's not as if he doesn't know. He knows. He knows. But then what is he doing about it? Is actually even one of the Onyishinkoka, Listen to this report here from Sahara Reporters. It says, group demands sacking of Nigeria police boss. 30 million naira compensation each for families of minors arraigned over end bad governance protest. This is the police chairman, Onyishiha. I mean, you see the insecurity happening, and what is he doing? He's basically the one overseeing it. We have this problem, especially in Nigeria, that if things go wrong, we don't want to take the blame, especially when we are in charge. Things can go wrong. We are looking for other people right there, other people down there, so that they will take the blame for what we on top are supposed to be actually held responsible. For instance, you go into a company now, you're taking over a company, you're buying a company that was failing. The first thing you do is you sack, especially those in the leadership position, you sack them. Why? Because it is failing. That is why even our leadership here in the DOS says that when Onyendu comes out, it's not you on the ground that he will be blamed. It is them, because they are the leadership, because the buck stops with them. So sometimes when they make decisions, I'm like, okay, yeah, these are the leaders. These are the leaders. You don't know what they are thinking. You don't know. So they're always working extra hard to ensure that no, we don't bring our people to disrepute. That is what they are doing, but not Nigeria government. Not Nigeria government. I'll read to you this write-up after we've heard from this our caller. Caller, welcome to the line, Mazi Okechukwu. Please go ahead, introduce yourself and your opinion.
Mazi Banal one work at Jishika and work at Western. And I come from Aba province, Biafra land. Every Biafran, anywhere you there, here I want to tie or to Toma. To Chukwoki-Kada, Mamana, Nilanama. Police in Nigeria is a complete disgrace to the whole world at large. Mazi Banal Ganchik. That chicken doesn't Jishika, baby, man, and nothing will stop you from arriving. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Because the world is totally unbelievable. Mazi Banal. You say this world where every country they want to America, Britain, Israel, China, Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, every country. Why is it that Biafran country, Biafran nation, why is it that you people don't want us to see? Are we occupying other race land? Can't ask American government. So, Maka Trump is already there. Mazi Banal, Egalakwa Azu. Anu Magic, Mazi Banal, one name. Egalakwa Azu now. Maka, Abala and Abala, no going back. Lakwa lie. Ekanabucha, more or getting about it. Adunga. Where you should go up in that can Britain. I am there. No. Agafekole. In a letter. One in a man need to formidable in this generation. So that in his own time, all got to come to them. All got to come. I'm a I work as just one banal. It will be formidable like that too. So that when he grow old and you bury him and when he dies, you will replace him and know that he's a brave man. You IPOP anywhere you take the spirit and no uno. And you put on a track. If on a track, you attract that. That's one way. So that all these leaders, wait there for Biafra land, where the governors, politicians, kings, all of them go quit the land. Oh, God. Like what? Master Banal, I want to take a escape. Now, this youth are supposed to go and tell Tinubu, sign in a referendum, give my people has enough. That they will be governor. So manage us. Not to shine in like, okay, just come and my property because of that. Master Banal, can you? Go. I'm telling you, time when you need lot of 5 o'clock. Who can do that? You sacrifice for your nation. We are ready for any nonsense. But, Master Banal, the what is telling us, let the water express itself. We are not begging anybody to come and help us. As if you are a Biafra, begging somebody to come and help to fight with us. Defend their land. No agreement with anybody. Let the British stay their land. This generation, total freedom. Identical. Total freedom. What is said that I quitted? What is said that I quitted that not consider release? Of the freedom of the most side to go to Canada. They come and carry another God to give us. Take away our own God. Carry other ancestors. Give us. Remove our own ancestors. That's why the Syrian military bad people. In a this is 12 people. Umoshidari wa
Ndewo.
alandiche. That's why the sick.
Oh,
Then I think that the Odogudete. How about try Hamatika? Alawa. Biafrans.
all hell Biafra. Dalo. Thank you very much, Mazi. Okay. Let's go to the next caller. Mazi, welcome to Radio Biafra. Please go ahead, introduce yourself and your opinion. Hello? You are not audible. I can't hear you. Yeah. Mm-mm. The network. Your network is a problem. Okay, I hope it will connect. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Mazi, good morning, sir.
Okay, good morning,
I'm
sir.
hearing you clear.
Good morning, sir. There,
Good
we'll go
morning.
ahead.
Well done. I am greeting all Biafrans. In order not to waste time, my name is Mazi Wanko, the truck pusher. This morning is a good morning and it's a good day to us, to all Biafrans, wherever you are residing. Mazi, I want to use this opportunity to answer your question because you asked a question in this program. Who knows, who can tell you where the zoo country is heading to? My answer is that they are heading to Lagoon. They are heading to Dustbin, where the crusher machine will crush them into pieces and form them in another, push them to another platform. That is zoo for everybody. All Biafrans, we should pray to our leader to live and see Biafra, because Biafra will be restored. It will not take, let me just say, a little time, which we don't know. And it is known by our God, the God of our ancestors. The family will live. The radio presenters will live. Our ES and wherever they are, God will be with them. Whoever that is calling on this radio and whoever that believes that Biafra will be restored, lovers of freedoms, I wish everybody well. Mazi, Ndewo, Gawaniru.
Well, thank you very much, Mazi. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Of course, Nigeria is heading to destruction, and that is the only way. It's how it's designed for Nigeria to be destroyed. The people who created Nigeria did not create Nigeria to survive. They created Nigeria for it to destroy. It's just a pity that Nigerians are busy pursuing things that don't even matter. They're busy pursuing, oh, how much do you have in your bank account? Oh, how much is your house worth? Oh, how much is this and that? Things that don't even matter. Things that tomorrow you won't even be able to go into that house anymore. You see, it doesn't even make sense. So let me take you through this. And this is what IPOB is fighting. People are, oh, okay. You know, I remember when the killing started in Imo State, and some people were crying and saying, "Oh, ESN, where is ESN?" And I'm like, these people, where are they coming from, really? You are not in support of what is happening. You don't even want to know what is happening. In fact, you are one of those people who spread the rumor, who spread allegations against those who are protecting you because you listen to the mainstream media. You are not listening to them. You are even afraid to speak up for the defense of yourself or your own life. But now, when there is trouble, you are calling, oh, where is ESN? ESN was created to be in the bush to secure our land, to secure our forest. Is our forest more important than you? Yes, it is. Our land is more important than you. Yes, it is. It is. The reason why I say that is because you have a responsibility to defend your land. You have that responsibility. So if those who are defending our forest where the terrorists are camped should leave there to come into the street and defend you, you see, there is a problem because at the end of the day, we will not even value what we've got. There will not be any value to what we have. No value whatsoever. So because of time, I'm just going to go and read this. Unfortunately, I cannot answer calls anymore. The line has been open for a while now. So this news here says Fulani herdsmen, the unmatched brevity of Eastern Security Network, ESN, against insecurity in Biafra land, the last hope of the East. And it goes on to say, following the incessant influx and rampaging of Biafra land by land-grabbing Fulani herdsmen terrorists from northern region of Nigeria, with their wanton massacres of innocent defenseless villagers, mostly farmers in the farmlands, a need for a security solution to immediately arrest these terrorists became imminent. However, with the failure of Southeast governors to create a security outfit charged with safeguarding the region from these herdsmen terrorist activities, a great void was left unfilled. To fill in the gap, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in his magnanimity and love for the well-being of his people, created and launched the People's Vigilante Group, Eastern Security Network, ESN, charged with flushing out Fulani herdsmen terrorists from the bushes of Southeast and beyond. Eastern Security Network, ESN, is the most elite defense organization set up by the indigenous people of Biafra, inspired by a vision born out of courage. Excuse me. These calls are just distracting. Sorry. Okay, it says, born out of courage and resilience in the self-determination for their people to be able to protect themselves, modeled after commitment and dedication akin to that of the state of Israel's IDF. So too has the ESN grown into a formidable force. It works day and night to protect the Biafran territories from the relentless onslaught of Fulani insecurity. These are the defenders who actually train strenuously and whose determination remains unwavering to make sure that the infiltration of the killer herdsmen from the Sahel region into their homeland is brought to a complete stop. These incursions have brought destruction, terror, and loss of life in this region. Led under the visionary leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the formation of ESN was in response to the growing crisis in the southeast, with the people's grievances seemingly overwhelmed or indifferent to the local and federal authorities. It became apparent that ESN emerged as an agency of hope, which is dedicated to making sure that Biafra land would never fall victim to such unbridled violence. They stand at the forefront, protecting the Biafran forest, farms, and villages with a level of loyalty, discipline, and bravery, rivaling the commitment evident in established military forces around the world. The training given to members of the Eastern Security Network emphasizes not only physical preparedness but also an understanding of the importance of the mission. They are truly disciplined, trained in survival tactics, and tactically articulate in defending the people with precision and responsibility. That commitment has ensured that villages across Biafra land can live without fear of occupation or violence from Fulani foot soldiers, tagged herdsmen. The training and commitment to the organized and focused defense in Israel's IDF are notorious for tireless drives to defend against all forms of external aggression to their soil and people. Lately, there have been criticisms against ESN. These critiques are usually peddled by faceless online agitators or political puppets. They have thrown up ill-informed and false accusations in attempts to make the group appear villainous for the insecurity occurring in the southeast. These are critics who in most instances are never credible people, but take advantage of anonymity on the internet to sow doubts and misunderstandings in the minds of the people. The baseless attack from the aforementioned kinds of people simply showed how desperate and loyal they are to the political powers that be, who are more bent on undermining the autonomy and safety of Biafra land than any purported care for peace or security. These critics, many of whom are described as jobless, hunger-striking political bootlickers trying to be on good books with the Nigerian government, have not done anything to alleviate the real problem besetting the southeast region. What they always do is to shift blame from where it should be, then politicize insecurity for their political masters' recognition. Such are the people who, in the safety of their screens, shamelessly propagate propaganda against IPOB and ESN as a way of satisfying their political paymasters. In their bids to discredit the efficient ESN operatives, they try to cover up their failures and their allegiance to a government that does not care nor protect the people as it should. By all this knowledge, the resolve of the efficient ESN is not shaken, as they know that the people are behind them in support. They protect Biafra land with full consciousness, just as the mission demands. Its existence is not just a deterrent, but a necessary force to bring peace and security back to the region. In a recent press statement, Comrade Mapawafo, IPOB Media and Publicity Secretary, has said that without ESN, Biafra land would have fallen under hostile settlement of Ruga and possible hostile territorial occupation by foreign elements. What the Biafrans and across the Middle Belt and Oduduwa lands see ESN doing is a saving factor against an impending general crisis. While those who criticize from the comfort of their closets, ESN members are in the field, facing dangers daily in the defense of the integrity of Biafra land. Any person that is genuinely interested in disputing the legitimacy of ESN should make the legitimate demand that the Nigerian government must rise to its responsibilities now and immediately to deal with the causes that have led to this insecurity. It must dissolve the killer herdsmen group operating with reckless impunity. It must end terror in Igbo land, and it must ensure the protection of all citizens in a non-selective and non-negligent manner. One should remember that as long as these Fulani land grabbing threats exist, there also exists the responsibility of ESN to defend Biafra land. This is a mission which they undertake with pride, acting as watchmen for a world that has all too frequently turned a blind eye. To diminish their efforts is to demean the hope and preservation of an entire nation. The presence of ESN and its actions are but one thing: to defend freedom, dignity, and the future of Biafra land. Okay, this was written by Family Writers Press. Very, very interesting. I think you should take time and go through it. So I want to thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. Remember, our call is for us to come back home. Remember, our call is for us to invest in ourselves, and that means investing back home. And remember, we are calling for the release of Nonsonkwa, who the rascal governor Hope Uzodimma abducted. We are calling for his release because he committed no crime. And remember that this is the time for us to actually build ourselves. Nobody's going to do that for us. Nobody is going to do that for us. Defend yourself. Say no to insecurity. Make sure that you contribute towards the security of your area. Contribute to ESN. Contribute to IPOB. Dalono Mochineke. We'll still be here from 5 to 7 a.m. Biafra time every day. Every day. We'll meet again tomorrow. I'm sure the next broadcaster is already waiting. Daalụ ụmụ Chineke.
Taata bụ mkpụrụ ụbọchị 17 n'ọnwa nke itoolu n'afọ 2024. Taata bụ ụbọchị afọ. I hereby welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform where we spread the gospel of self-consciousness, awareness, the awakening. Do you really understand what awakening means? Awakening leads to outbursts, because out of the abundance of heart, the mouth speaks. And the hand, the body reacts. Hand and legs walk. Do something. That is it. That is what we are spreading. So that there will be abundance of awakening, self-consciousness, that you start questioning everything. That you start putting everything to the balance of reason and logic, subjecting everything to the balance of logic, without being streamlined to curriculum, the studies they want you to do, the way the race course, where they want you to follow, where the globalists, the colonialists want us to follow. That is why they put curriculum, so that you cannot study outside that. For Europeans to imbibe in industrial revolution, they first of all thought outside the box. They started questioning everything. I say everything. Nothing is banned from questioning. It led them to start studying every facet. No regulation on seeking for knowledge. And that led to having knowledge, different knowledges. Without knowledge, without borders. Once they had that knowledge, entered into industrial revolutions, they now know that, look, that is the secret of human advancement. Secret to civilization is knowledge. That is why today I'm going to talk a bit about civilization. And do you know what they did? They colonized nations, countries, and continents like as they did in Africa. And they conquered the people, the indigenous people, and blockaded their own way of civilization, their own civilization, stopped them from seeking for broad knowledge or broader knowledge. And they streamlined us into their type of education. What they want us to know. They streamlined us into the way they want us to study. That is curriculum. Are you hearing me? That is why in our primary school, according to the curriculum, they will ask they will put in exam, who discovered River Niger, the source of River Niger. And we are made to profess, to say that it is, to accept that it is a foreigner, Mungo Park, that came from all the way from Scotland, from United Kingdom, that did it. And they will mark you good because that is what I want people to understand the way they streamlined our knowledge. So that if you go past that, if you go outside the curriculum, they call you a dummy, illiterate, and they mark you bad. You see, you must stick to their curriculum. Who discovered the River Niger? Oh, the source of River Niger, Mungo Park. Is as we grow now, common sense, logic started coming in, telling us that, look, how can a foreigner come to a place, the source of River Niger? Where is the source? It's a village. Are you hearing me? It's a village somewhere in Guinea-Conakry, where people have been drinking the water, going to fetch the water. They through the source, swimming in the source of the water. Now, how come is it that Europeans now come and say all of a sudden they discovered the source? Do you see the conflict between European version of education and curriculum to reality and common sense? I want you to start picturing what we have been subjected into. Because they don't want us to study outside the box. They want us to flow. You know, when there is a flood, they will dig, if you dig some channel for water to pass, it will not pass through any other way. You have dug the channel of the water, so it will no more pass through the other side, any other side. No, that is the way they want us, so that it becomes easy for them to control us. When you think outside the box, they say no, you are not making sense. No, that is not what they will quote a Pythagoras theory. No, is what is so it's outside his theory. So, and you feel ashamed, you'll be called a dummy, an illiterate, and you shut up. You are obliged to follow their paths, which leads to our collective destruction. I want you to understand, because I'm painting the picture of what they put us into. Are you hearing me? With common sense, we're able to ask questions and say no. But Mungo Park came. Before Mungo Park came to our land, were there people living in that place? The answer is yes. We decided, he said yes. There are people that have been living there for millennia. That river, the source of that river, they have been swimming in it. Now, how do we then write in exam that Mungo Park discovered the source of River Niger? And it is pass mark. That is where we started discovering their tricks. What I'm telling you, it goes towards every facet of life, including the government they impose on us, the religion they impose on us. That is why some people still find it insultive to challenge the status quo, even in the religion which we are in. They find, as we are making research pointing out the anomalies in the religion they impose on us. Our people that have been immersed in that mainstream, that it is the way, it is the only way. They see it as insultive, that you are insulting, you are attacking their religion. Do you see how bad it is? I want you to start understanding how bad we have been immersed in their tricks. Here on Radio Biafra, it is the only place that you will hear things that you can never hear in other mainstream media. Here on Radio Biafra, we activate your mindset, your frontal lobe, according to our first lady, to reason, to subject everything to the altar of reason, to think, not through emotion, not what they say. No, you think about something that makes sense. Subject everything to the balance of truth, to the altar of reason. You subject it. Does this thing make sense? Does this thing make sense? And now you use, because you are endowed with natural brain. We are created with brain to reason, to filter, to know the truth, to know the reality, to understand things. When you fail to make use of that brain, or when you allow your brain to be subjugated into one-way traffic, now you can no longer reverse. You find it difficult. If you see somebody's making you to reason, you see him as insultive. No na-akpụ gị iyi, na ọ na-akpụ okpukperechi gị iyi, na ọ na-eme gị attack. No, no sir, no ma. What we are doing here is the most important part of this restoration. Are you hearing me? I will touch it today. That is why I want to talk on this topic, civilization, because many people don't understand this word, civilization. When you talk about civilization, many of our people think that it is westernization. There is a great difference between civilization and westernization. There is a very great difference. But our people has been tricked into believing that Western culture is civilization. No. That is why you see many of our people, even some intellectuals, will start defending. Very sad indeed that Europeans brought civilization to us. Very, very sad indeed. And you ask them, why then do you also accept that ancient Egypt, Babylon, that civilization started from Egypt? Why? Even before Common Era. Why? So you see that we have been lied to. We have been made to accept lies due to vowels, due to words, English words, which sometimes misinterpreted into our various languages due to misunderstanding and understanding. You hear me? I say misunderstanding and understanding. That is it. That is what is worrying us. So Let me go on direct. There are many things that are happening in our land, but I want to, as I'm speaking, I'll be talking. I will be referring to what is happening in our land. So please listen attentively, and I urge you to invite your friends and well-wishers onto today's broadcast, please. Even do not deny your enemies listening to this voice, the voice of reason on Radio Biafra. Are you hearing me? This is our rallying point, where it all started. You had me play Nonsonkwa's voice. Yes, you had it. Somebody known as a Cubana chief priest. All of us knew. Last few months, he mocked our land. That all insecurity, that this and that. He demonized our land. That he's going to Lagos to establish. And off he went. Today, they sealed his property. They sealed his business, citing noise pollution, environmental pollution. There are different things. Nonsonkwa rightly said it. If you cite maybe shitting, the smell of caca in your father's land, and you run, where you are going, remember you are always a stranger, and they will treat you as such. It is only us, the Igbos, that have this fake, I call it false ideology of Nigeria being our country. Nigeria. We are more Nigerians than anybody. This is one thing we should remove from our head. This has been killing us. This Nigeria as our ideology has been destroying us as a people. That is why we never had any plan B until IPOB came into existence. Even after the war, our people suffered immensely, despite the suffering from the hands of their so-called comrades of Nigeria, Yoruba and the Hausa, the north and the west, southwest. 1970, they still went back without thinking, went back completely as if nothing happened. If I will continue touching on this until our people will start understanding the grievous error which we are neglecting, that our people committed, that is haunting us today. Are you hearing me? Anytime I will continue touching this, because it is foolishness to the highest level. Any country, any person, any people you tell our story, they will say you people are stupid. You merit your suffering. After 1970, our people went back without, they didn't go there with, they didn't even have any reserve. Everybody embraced Nigeria. Look at the massacres they have in our land, like Asaba massacre. What was the main cause? Our people never had reserve. Let me tell you, and I will maintain it. We, the Igbos, we are the most gullible. This is not an insult, eh? I am among all. We are the most gullible tribe in Nigeria before God and man. We don't have reserve. We are just like children, baby. I used to say this all the time. You smack a child and he's crying. Before you know, you carry one peppermint or biscuit, give to him. Hey, here can is your now. You forget immediately. This is how we behave. How can we pass such type of genocide without even rocket science, without an external person telling us that, look, you people need to use your brain, use your number 6. Is it not natural that we take precaution from 1970? Even if we are rushing outside everywhere in Nigeria, is it not that we should take precaution and say, look, something happened to us? So 1966, they killed us here. So we went back. Even our leader, Juku, told us to go back, that he had negotiated. And our people went back. Because that time it was just barely 3-4 years, including the war, which means it was so fresh. Our people back, completely forgot to say, nah, hey, we are one Nigeria now. Nothing Mecca, nothing Mecca. Do you see where I have problem with this our mantra, nothing Mecca? I used to say this whenever you see an Igbo man, maybe you are warning him on something. He's in position of something, and you are warning him, say, be careful. He tell you, son, no, they are nothing Mega. Because revive that person with a very big slap. Big one slap, yeah, heavy slap. Tetanona, now say, why you slap now? Tetanona. What I do is you are in control of what? You are not in control of anything. Aren't you see what is surrounding? Let us take precaution, or you take precaution. It happened to Aguiyi and many of our people. And that's it. Before they know it, it is too late. In 1970, it happened to most Igbo people. Before you know, they rushed away to go outside. The same people that killed them. Even during the war, before the war ended, any Biafran territory that was taken by the Nigerian army, many people foolishly, they will come out to support. Hey, we are one Nigeria. No. Hey. They will gather them, line them up, and open fire and kill all their males mostly, because they have no reserve. They think, our people think that the world is like this. It's just like this. The world is very sweet. It's just straightforward. Let me tell you, the world we are living is highly corrugated, corrupted. There are many things involved. The more you look, the less you see. You have to be, sophisticated in order to navigate through to the position you aspire in this world as a people. That's why there is something I put on my timeline. There is one man. I don't know the name of the guy. He's an American. A Hispanic was interviewing him, and he was vomiting all types of racial slurs. That is his ideology. That is what his belief. That America should not be taken over by immigrants or people, the Hispanics or black people or strangers, in alien, he called them. That they should be like Europe, where white people remains in control in perpetuity. Are you hearing it? And he went on to say, he went on to say that, look, that the white people are more intelligent than blacks. He said it. I don't know whether to play it here. I don't know. But there is no need. Let me just describe it. And I just watch on the comment section. Some people mixed reaction. Somebody wrote that, look, no, this man is a racist, this and that. I say, why? Can you prove him wrong? Can you prove him wrong? Let us stop this racist, this and prove him wrong. Finish. And, we are in. Let us understand the dynamics of this world. The more you are brutal, not as individual, as a people, The more brutal you are, the more you become successful. Belgium today their king committed the highest atrocity. The Jewish Holocaust does not even, is not up to what Belgium King Leopold committed in Congo. More than 15 million to 20 million people being slaughtered at will. He killed for fun. But today, Belgium is high. You know, the other time, the king of Belgium went to visit, I think last year or last 2 years, visited Congo. And I was watching Congolese dancing, showcasing dancing in order to welcome the king, the ancestor. I mean, from the ancestry of King Leopold that massacred millions of them. And that day I was watching it, but that is, I don't know how I turned red. There I understood that, look, ignorance is the highest killer. I am telling you honestly. So, what this man vomited, I said, can you prove him wrong? They're on top. The more brutal you are in this world as a people, the more you advance your brutality and you are conquering spirit, the more respected you become. Look at current example, the Fulani. Who talks against them? Tell me. Nigerians are taking it as the normal. Being killed by Fulani now is nothing. It's a normal thing. Anywhere. And Fulani, they kill us. Oh, now Fulani hates men. They destroyed my farm. Anyway, I leave it for God, though. This is the cry of the weakling. They are made programmed to look at the weakest people, the most gullible people, Igbos, to hate. Because they see us as water. You cannot react. Waters cannot react. Water is as neutral as water. That's why any debts you have, you wash it inside water. Because it cannot react. He accepts everything. Go and acid, hydrochloric acid, and all the rest of them. They look like water, colorless and harmless as water. Go and wash your hand in acid now. It will show you. So you don't try it. You respect it. Because it reacts. But water, hey, clothes, you go and wash. You carry waka bag. You do your business inside the toilet. You flush it out with what? Water. You don't try it with acid. Acid will tell you that it is acid. So that is what is happening in our land. And that is the natural process. That is the dynamics of power in the whole world. That is how the world works. Europeans are respected today because they conquered the whole world. They subjugated millions, if not billions of people. Killed billions. I say billions, like Bible. B, not M, million, no. Today they are restricted. And they are still talking tough. In Nigeria today, the caliphate that killed us, they are still talking tough. Because we have not reacted as it's supposed to be. That is the dynamics of the world. The more brutal you are as a people, the more respect you gather. In Nigeria, who cares? Fulani headsmen, they kill with impunity. Have you ever seen where the Nigerian DSS or the Nigerian police is showcasing Fulani headsmen killers? The other time they showcase, they said they captured kidnappers from Sokoto, Kanu, Adamawa, Bauchi, in Imo State. All they concentrate on kidnapping and killing Imo students. And you know what? They didn't show their face. If you watch the photo in Sahara Reporters, they didn't show their faces. Their backs, they show only their backs. Their backs, so so that after the interview, they will say they have taken them to court, they're taking them to police, they release them. So that their face will not be known by the public. Because they are organized killers. But we as a people, we have been eaten deep with selfishness. That's why only one and in his own way. Go your level and go my level. And collectively, we become mocking stock. We become cannon fodders. We become just rubbish in Nigeria. Because all what matters to us is our individual interests. That is how it is. And that is why anything that happens is Igbo. They will live, you know, that is what is happening. That is it. I want you to understand. I want to provoke you into understanding the dynamics of the world. The more you become brutal, the more you become respected. But if you think, oh, I'm peaceful, we are peaceful people. Oh, peaceful, peace. You become, you know, garbage dump. You become garbage dump. Nothing more. Are you hearing me? You become garbage dump. So I want people to listen attentively, please. Because Ntebonka. So that's a brother. I mean, in the comment section, I told him, can you prove this person wrong, making this racist slur? He said it because he can. What can you prove? What can you bring to the table to showcase that you are superior? Yes. Tell me. Organization, you cannot even organize. You are inorganizable in any way. So how can you prove that you are not inferior in the world? How can you prove that you are not less intelligent than the whites? Tell me. When you see it as a miracle by God to give you visa to travel to Germany, to America, what are you trying to insinuate? That you are inferior? Whereas a German the Nigerian embassy will be trying to lure them, beg them to come and visit Nigeria, come and visit Africa. But you, it is a miracle, divine miracle for you to be in London. And when they tell you that you are inferior, you are annoyed. No, I am not annoyed. It is true. Until we prove that we are not through our actions. That is when it's not through talking, no, through actions. The world will respect you. We become respected. You earn respect. You don't beg for respect. That is what our Igbo politicians don't understand. In a situation, Nigerian situation, you command, you earn your position. You understand? Don't you see Tinubu? Tinubu threatened, and today he's the president. He said it's my turn. It's what we agreed. They wanted to do him mago. I mean, the Northerners. They wanted to do him mago. Say, well, put this one. He said, if you people try it, I am one of you. I know the whole secret. Nigeria will cease to exist. And they saw that he's not playing. They have to laugh and say, okay. You become the president. Whereas our own man, a motivational speaker, he goes to every church, they pray for him. Oh, miracle. Oh, today, maybe you might understand one or two things, please, in this program. That is why today I want to talk about, here we dish out bitter pills that heals. I am sick and tired of talking black is beauty. Which beauty? Tell me, please. Which beauty? Black is beautiful. This electricity we cannot have in Nigeria. And you are look, and you are, I mean, the present blacks. Are you insane? Are you insane? Stop claiming right in Europe, in America, as a black. But even if you have their passports, be thankful. Because you as an individual, you are nothing. Is the system makes you something, gives you a blue passport, which you are gallivanting with. Otherwise, you are nothing. So you are hiding under the cloak of their intelligence in order to try, to make mouth. What on nothing. What on until we showcase, until we prove. That is it. Therefore, as I said, the topic of my submission today is just civilization. I want to go into it very quickly. It will be brief anyway. Civilization. As I was saying, when you hear about people talk about civilization, they say West. Oh, they give example. Oh, West. No, no, Sanoma. No, my comrades. It is not. It is not. Civilization is the stage of human, social, and cultural development and organization that is considered most advanced. Most advanced. Remember the words there. Stage of human, social, number one, and cultural. And when you go to look the meaning of social, it says relating to society or its organization. So civilization is not talking about the individual. It's about social. Social means, relating to society or its organization. So you must be organized in order to be referred to as civilized. When you go back to society, it means it is the aggregate of people living together in a minor or less ordered community. In a more or less ordered community, sorry. So civilization goes with community. Your individualism does not prove whether you are civilized or not. It is about the system. That is why I used to give this example. Oh, you are a billionaire. They come to your village. You are the only person that has a skyscraper that has electricity, solar energy, solar power, or any other type of power, windmill, or you build your own private dam. You have electricity right from main road, street light to your house. Every other place is dark, and you come with your friends from Texas. You think that they will praise you? You think that they will look at you as a human being? The same way in the night when they look, the whole building, other buildings are huts, slum houses. In the night, everywhere is dark. Only you that is booming. You have everything in your mansion. You think that the strangers, they will look at you as a human being. They will take you the same with equal measure, the same measure they take others. They will ask you, but why? Why are you the only person that have electricity and a nice house? No, I'm one. I am a courageous for two. No, one. Everything one. I am the first person that this and that one. You both, they will look at you as an idiot. They will judge you with your community. That is how civilization is rated. And culture is simply defined as the ideas, customs, and the social behavior of a particular people or society. Customs, ideas, social behavior of a particular people or a society. Every society have their way of behavior. That is their value. That is their custom. So when civilization entices all this as a people, not as an individual, that is why I used to tell you, it doesn't matter. You have a private jet. You are a billionaire in our land. You are nothing. Because they take you the same way they take any other person in the society. Foreigners. I used to give this example. Once you carry Nigerian passport, you are doomed. You're a criminal. Look at what they are doing in UAE. Even in its Nigerian government. They gather. I listen to many distress WhatsApp messages. UAE, Dubai. They catch Nigerians like rats. Both the people, they said he's a teacher. Is teaching in British school. Is you are working, you have your car. Somebody say even he have his Mercedes GLK parked on the roadside. They caught him with the key. They deported him to Nigeria and never to go back to Dubai. Because in Dubai, once they are deporting you, they take your biometric eye. It doesn't matter, forge any passport. Once you enter in, once you come in, they know your data. You cannot enter. That is Dubai for you. Do you see it? Do you see that we are all in the same mess? You that has maybe you are well to do financially and you are feeling that no, it no concern you. The same way, as long as you are carrying that green evil passport, you are in the same mess. Verify you the same, because that is the system that binds everybody. You know that. Dangote, the richest man in Africa, he said for a long time he stopped traveling with Nigerian passport because of the embarrassment. Do you think that people at the airport, they know, they care who you are? What matters is maybe you are following, maybe as a diplomat, you follow diplomatic channel or service. But once they look at you as a Nigerian, even a diplomat, they look at you. They become alert. He said he's tired of being seen as a criminal in every port of entry. Not only in Europe or America, even in Africa. They don't care. You are the richest man. I beg you, a Nigerian. That cloak covers you. That is why civilization is about group of people, nation, community, country, not about an individual. Have the highest civilized character on earth as an individual. The system you are in covers you. That's why I used to give this example. Dangote, the richest man, he stops traveling with Nigerian passports because of the embarrassment as a Nigerian. You see, as a Nigerian, look at Bigot. If Bigot comes anywhere, he's the president, that the highest official that we go and welcome him with a red carpet. Do you see that? The same category, almost the same with Dangote. Yeah. If you see an American, a homeless man, an American that does not have nothing, I want you to try this. If you can, try it. A homeless American that lives in the street like shabby, like anything. You buff him, obtain a American passport for him because he's a citizen. You obtain, pay his flight ticket. Say, let us travel to Nigeria. He's not, maybe he couldn't afford to pay his rent, so they booted him out of his house, and he lives on the street for years. But once he arrives in Nigeria with the American passport, they will give him the maximum respect. Do you think that they are respecting him as an individual? Is the cloak, the system that covers him, that is what they are respecting him on. That is the reason why they are respecting him. So that is why it is the most important thing for people is to build a society, to build a system, because that is the system that covers everybody. This is the secret we Igbos does not understand. We Igbos do not understand. We thought that individualism is the key, but I'm telling you, that is primitive character. I used to say it. It's a highly primitive character. When you think that, that is why, I say an Igbo man, once he get a small money, he will be seeing his radius, his 100-meter radius as the whole world. The thing used to make it's an embarrassing even. It's an embarrassing to us. Somebody on name misbehave, thinking that the whole world is rotating around him. You don't know that he is nothing. Look at this our brother, could be an chief priest. Look at him. Only one policy, you are gone. And what don't you hear? That's why that music came up. I hate that music. He played it with another intention. I don't care. But that music, I hate it with. I say, Kendi no, Kendi, onye care. You gotta go moto na showcase your motor. You cannot manufacture. Now your place. You go to your place. I got your village. Okay, in a mansion. You are no electricity. You use you dig borehole for yourself because there is no pipe on water, no central pipe on water. Electricity, you put it by yourself, and you say you are nothing. And we're unable until we prove to the world how organizable we could be. What I'm telling you, that is what we preach here on Radio Biafra. So do not forget that I'm talking about civilization. The order or organization of a society depicts the extent of the people's civilization. That is why, the environment, people's environment showcases their level of intelligence. Take this word to the bank. When you see the environment, people's environment, it showcases the level of the people's intelligence. Because if your intelligence is above that environment, you must find a way in order to, you people organize. What I mean, you are not one person. The collective intelligence of that community must find a way in order to ameliorate, to innovate that situation, upgrade it to their intelligence. That is the truth. That is the truth. I used to say this. If, for example, you bring a group of white people, maybe from one community in Germany, Koblenz, you displace them, bring them to, let's say, in Abiyokuta, remove the indigens, put them there. Before long, those Germans will turn that Abiyokuta to their taste. They will build it and it become like that Koblenz in Germany, their place. And when you take the people from Abiyokuta, take them to the same Koblenz, you take all of them, put them to Koblenz as their home now in Germany. Let me tell you, before long, they will degrade that all those infrastructures, all those things they made there, they will now degrade it to their own to their own intelligence. Before long, even Koblenz, they will cut no more electricity because they will be pirating electricity. It's normal. That is their intelligence. Nah, no pay. Nah, yeah, nah, wow, wow. Electricity, I can do it without paying. I can. If before you know, they will deteriorate everything. It showcases their collective intelligence. When they are doing it, they think that they are doing other people. They think that they are smart. Are you hearing me? Before long, they will be clamoring to get visa to go back to their land in Abiyokuta that is now built, upgraded to the German community. What I'm telling you is facts. Are you hearing what I'm saying? What I'm telling you is facts. It's true. That's why an average Nigerian, just when you look at it, the mindset, you want to spoil something. You want to free my money I pay you in a hotel when you go I'll get my towel on an email hotel. Now we're going. Then what on you got here? That is the level of civilization he has. Are you hearing me? I'm not my people now. What I don't know. But when the line opens, people will call it, please. I'm talking about civilization. Okay, as I was saying, the order or organization of a society depicts, showcases the extent of the people's civilization. Therefore, considering the untamed characters of most of our people, it is highly untamed. That is savage character. Why the character of many of our people? The extreme greed and selfishness. Could you consider us civilized? Is a question. Yes, you have money. Yes, you can get money. You know how to make money. Nah, I know how to make money. It doesn't make you civilized. Are you hearing me? Civilization is about organization. It's the highest point of human behavior. It's about organization. That's why the Fulani they are on top because they are more civilized. For your information, when I talk it, many people will misunderstand me. They are organized, loyal, disciplined to their cause. It's a civilization. Can you do it? Can you do it? Where you take your private selfish interest to be more than our collective interest. No, nyagakwana dia. Na come on, maybe share here nile. Yeah, our animal character now. Is it not? But Fulani, they have been loyal since 1804. That is why they're on top. That is why they're on top. You that is organizable. When they tell you no, come back or then now you the now you pay my money. Now you pay my transport fare to Adamawa. Why should I come back? Waiting. I beg, you go give me money when I come back. I've been you this and that. You must find 1 million excuses. Do you remember when they always called the Fulani or the North, say, come back home? Immediately, they will all line up in a motorcade. Hundreds, if not thousands of motorcade coming up. They don't ask question. That is discipline. And that is civilization. You know that? Because, yes, you see that many of them will live, it doesn't matter how meager is their business, but they leave it. Because they know that the reason why they are being told this is more important than that their individual interests. Can you do that? That's why in 1970 everybody run back to the north. Not all anyway. Not all. A few have a brain and stayed back. And now go on. Because I could remember when my father he said he stayed back till from 1970 to 1976. He stayed back in the village. People were mocking him. Dia ye Kanu n'ụlọ ka ihe nọ n'ụlọ eme na wete akwụkwọ niile gụrụ ihe niile but you yeah no until 1976 when Olo was made a municipal council or something like that. That's why he stayed there. You see. Oh, our people run to the north ndị gbalụ na ego ka a na-achụ ego without brain. And you say we are civilized, primitive set of people we are. I call one on so that I couple stupidity from our brain. That word on the women who are you? Okay. Remember, a society is organized by law based on her value systems. That is culture. The value system is culture. You know, when we preach about going back to our values, to our culture, to our roots, many people maliciously, I could say, misinterpret it. Now I just say, I just see if people when will ignorance be removed or mischief be removed from our people? Our culture of onyaga na one our culture of productivity, cultivating what we consume. This is our culture. We didn't have culture of importation. No. We have a culture of working hard, feeding ourselves. But all those things are destroyed. Miracle everywhere. When somebody could say he will wear apron, choosing apron, and they shoot him gun, nothing. They shoot him gun, nothing. What do you think? That is complete destruction of who we are into accepting nonsense. Okay. Whenever there is division, okay, so societal developments always takes root of their values. Whenever there is division in their agreements to the way forward, it could result to civil war. Example, for more than 80 years after the declaration of American independence in 1776, people in the northern and southern states had been debating the issues that ultimately led to the Civil War of 1861 to 1865. This is the America you are enjoying today. They fought civil war after their independence. Lack of cohesion in their value, agreement to their value. It took them more than 80 years, I think 85 years. And it busted direct into civil war. It accumulated into civil war. Ndikwe na ndekwe. How are we going to run our country? That is why when I see people saying, no, leave when Biafra come, now we will start talking law and that will take place. And I ask, how will you be able to maintain law? How will you be able to even establish that law? Is it a law that will fall from heaven? Is it not human beings will agree and say, okay, look at what should govern us as a people? Without one major ideology governing us, we will never agree to make that law. It can accumulate into civil war. That is what accumulated into civil war after American independence. 85 years after American independence. In our people, we think that everything is very easy. Talk is very easy now, very cheap. When it comes to doing, there you'll understand. The hardest thing on earth is to control human beings. Are you hearing me? That is the hardest job. Talk less of our people. That Nigeria had, destroyed our mentalities. With other different things, destroyed our mentalities. With people gone for hire, mercenaries everywhere. People that are ready to work for other foreign countries for meager amount of money, for promotion. I mean, for even having the country's passport. Will agree on making a common law to govern us. Okay. Economic policies and practices, cultural values, and most importantly, the rule of slavery within American society. That these are what accumulated into the American Civil War because they did it. Some agree, some say that no, slavery should be abolished. They're not. The South say no, we must extend the slavery, internal buying and selling of slaves. We shall not give them any rights. No. Do you see? That is what accumulated into civil war in America. Okay, let me continue. Britain conquered us, destroyed our civilization, and used the amalgamation of Nigeria to continue destroying us as a people by promoting, encouraging, and supporting us into engaging in savagery. Engaging in savagery. Maybe you might be thinking that I'm using an extreme word. No, it is not. And you will see it later. Encouraged and supporting us into engaging in savagery, extreme greed, and selfishness, which is naturally against our values, just to survive under the Nigeria setting. Are you hearing me? Now, let me give you this example. I want to read on the news, one of the news in Icon News. What is happening? IPOB uncovers crystal meth production sites in Imo. Says drug runners turning Olo into Colombia of Africa. Now listen, this is our own people. People, these people, the owners of this evil and wicked business, they are the people that they will come to, festivals, festivities, marriages, and all this, be spreading money, spraying money. People will be saying, I tap from their blessing. They will go to churches and give more than anything. They will buy chieftaincy title with money. Oh, very bad. Now let me read. IPOB uncovers crystal meth production sites in Imo. Says drug runners turning Olo into Columbia of Africa. A member of the IPOB Directorate of States, Mazi Sanwo-Olu, has narrated how the IPOB M Branch Intelligence Corps identified the crux of criminality. That is the main base, the main source of criminality, crime or crime spike that has bedeviled Imo State for the past years in Imo State, primarily in Olu Zone, where criminals masquerading as Biafra agitators has continued to terrorize indigenes, residents, and travelers. Mazi Chinasa, in a post on his verified X handle, stated that the criminality ongoing in Olu Zone and Imo State at large has nothing to do with Biafra agitation. He questioned the strategic significance of Olu and its environs in military and territorial terms, and why it has been an area of concentration for criminals masquerading as Biafra agitators, and posited that there is absolutely none, as Imo State is not geographically located in the boundaries of Biafra land, neither does it have any tactical military advantage against the Nigerian security agencies apparatus to warrant the violence ongoing in this axis. Are you listening? He went further to say that the criminality in Olo is being fueled by drug running syndicates owned by 6 Olo indigenes, identity withheld, who are returnees from South Africa. These criminal elements has production sites of the notorious crystal meth, locally known as Nkrumini, littering across the horizon, and distributions are made through hotels which they own in various places, especially in the Owerri metropolis, Imo State capital. He also stated that most socialite billionaires, the Nigeria security agencies, the Imo State government are aware of these crimes and are directly involved in it, either by receiving commissions from the drug peddlers to buy out their silence, or directly involved in its peddling. Citing the case of the disgraced Super Cop Abba Kyari, who was detained and prosecuted for involvement in drugs distribution a few years back. Where is that Abba Kyari today? Everywhere. No, they're not. I admire them. They know how to bring down everything, calm everything, and people will forget. Are you hearing me? He also stated that most socialite billionaires, okay. Furthermore, he posited that the killings ongoing in this axis are mostly inspired by the drug runners, by intelligence gathering by the M branch of IPOB. Finally, he vowed that IPOB leadership has resolved to go after these drug syndicates, since the Nigerian security agencies will not do so. Read the statement in full. Okay. The statement says, Biafrans and lovers of freedom, do not believe all you see on social media. Remember, crimes and dubious businessmen take advantage of any situation to progress their businesses. They are nefarious businesses. What is happening these days in our law in Imo State is beyond the Biafra agitation anyone can claim. As long as IPOB exists, we know what happens in Biafra land more than any other intelligence group. Since the rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, many people have refused or have used his name to commit many crimes, just as many others have used the name of ESN and IPOB leadership in committing many crimes against our people in Biafra. Presently, what is happening in Olo these days is caused by some Omuaka Olo indigenes who brought their drug business down to their villages. They have gradually turned their towns into Columbia of Africa, where hard drug businesses have become the order of the day. There are 6 Olo indigenes who are returnees from South Africa. The only investment they could manage to bring into their town is setting up production sites for hard drugs. These guys own hotels in Owerri, and these hotels serve as distribution centers where other dealers operate from. Hope the mass government and the Nigerian security operatives know about this, and the majority of those behind these killings are because of their drug businesses. For your information, more than 10 factories producing dangerous hard drugs are in Omuaka Olo. They produce crystal meth, popularly called mkpuru, in commercial quantities. Drug enforcement agencies in Nigeria knows this, but covering such businesses when bribed is one of their code of conducts. Remember Abakiari, who operated in Imo State years back, the former police boss who later was detained because of his sting with drug business. Most of those Igbo social media billionaires around him are having the same sting on drug businesses. We are after all of them that have decided to destroy Biafra land with the hard drug businesses, and criminals operate under such cover. One question is, what are they defending in those villages in Olo? If one could ask, could it be they are defending Biafra boundaries in Olo, or are they defending their drug businesses production sites? This is a question that needs to be answered. So, what am I trying to say? You see, because of lack of civilization, that is primitivity, these people could be used to turn against their own people. That is betrayal. Do you know that? Do you know that during the Cold War, I know it's still happening today, you see some people being recruited by either CIA or KGB or vice versa because of their greed for money. Number one, lust for money. Or for when your enemy see that, they will use it against you. That is treason. Because the person lacks civilization. You know, civilized people, they take collective interests more important than their personal interests. Because our collectivity outweighs our individualism. That is why I used to say in this hallowed platform, without we, there will be no me. How can I explain this more? How else can I explain this? These people that are producing this, they allow them. The Nigerian government, they know what they are doing. They allow the greed of some of our people, they use it as a weapon against our collective interest. Do you know what hard drugs do to people? Do to youths? They turn people into zombies. They turn people, it has very, very nefarious effects on the people. These few individuals, out of their extreme greed and selfishness, they are collaborating with the Nigerian government in order to destroy our people. When some individuals set up commercial hard drug factories in their own villages, just to satisfy their extreme greed and selfishness, without caring about the community's lives being wasted on a daily basis, what will you call such people? Calling them animals could be an insult to the animal family, animal kingdom, honestly. Because most animals protect their own communities. These people are uncivilized and primitive Homo sapiens. Because, primitive animals, they can eat their own. Dog eats dog. Are you hearing me? That is what you call these people. Primitive. And these are the people that, they will be living flamboyant lives, setting bad examples for youths in order to imitate them. Because that is the main source of our problem also. When these people are exhibiting extreme flamboyancy, spreading money, you don't even understand how they get it. Instead of exhibiting hard work, telling people to work, this is how to make money. Instead, they exhibit money. That is why crimes everywhere, because people want to get miracle money, money through ritual. Egombute. No more. Look at Eba Boy in our land, something that helped us, that took us as a race out of the messy situation Nigeria put us when they gave us 20 pounds. Look at it. Eba Boy. Is Eba Boy, did we learn Eba Boy from University of Wisconsin? No, I asked people. Oh, is Britain that brought us the knowledge of Eba Boy? This is part of our root, who we are. Indentured servitude is part of our culture. Do you see one of the reasons when I say go back to our roots? Many people that mock it or disdain it, I become personally annoyed because they are either ignorant or mischievous. Look at just a fraction of our culture that we applied as a people in difficulty. We went back to our roots. And today, it brought wealth to us. Just a fraction. Eba boy, indentured servitude. It's part of our culture. Today, they are destroying it. Today, the societal, the bad society is trying to destroy our one part of our culture, because our people are no longer patient. Our youths are no longer patient. You know why? They see all this. Some of them are criminals that are exhibiting their ill-gotten money on the social media, and our youths, what they want to be like him. So they do anything. They no longer give example of na boyo. Now, boy, 5 years or 6 years, or look at, they no, all those ones are gone. Eba boy is just a fraction of some little fraction of our roots, which we applied, and we saw how we are seeing the positive result. It took us out of poverty, which Nigeria government blessed us, thinking that all we shall be beggars after the civil war. Igbos shall be beggars all over Nigeria. We went back to our roots. I said no. We went back to our roots, and it worked. Now, why can't we go back to our roots also in other different ways? By cultivating what we eat, by producing things, by showcasing ourselves, how to make things happen, by promoting work. Why can't we go back to our roots in doing that so that we progress? That is our own civilization. But we neglected it. Are you hearing me? Look at people they went, and what they learned from abroad is, destruction of lives by producing hard drugs, fabricating hard drugs. And they brought it back to their village. And they employ gangsters everywhere. Everywhere. Arm them. Giving percentages to Nigerian police and Nigerian military and Nigerian government. Because that is what Nigerian government wants. They want our people to be zombie. They want to destroy our race by any means. Therefore, when you see any of these people that is helping Nigeria, look at him as a betrayer, not a billionaire, not a wedding man. No, he is a betrayer of our race. This is the difference between us and the Fulani. Fulani, when they see that you are a betrayer of their race in any way, they they visit you. It doesn't matter who you are. They pay you visit. And that visitation will be your last. Others will cool. Do you see? Do you see the difference? Because you must remove the bad eggs. Otherwise, they will corrupt others. Our people, we now cultivate a strange culture of praising evil. What matters is the money. You see people writing, I tap from your blessing. This is where I become mad. I tap from your blessing. When you want to know, because you're go and make money like him. Do you make money like him? Our land is going into abyss, if not for IPOB. Our land is heading towards abyss, promoting evil. Because the worst part of it is that we have enemies everywhere, and they are using you. If you become a willing tool, they promote you. They allow you. Now, do you remember how the CIA used imported drug and use it to deal with the black Americans? Maybe you know what I'm saying. Let me go back more. Do you remember the opium wars in China? The two opium wars by Britain. Britain was in 18th century. Two wars. They call it in history the opium wars. The opium wars by Britain. Are you hearing me? Yes. The opium wars. Yes. It was waged by Britain against China. Do you know how it started? What started it? The first opium war was 1839 to 1842. It's not a long time. 1839 to 1842 between China and Britain. Are you hearing me? It was triggered by the Chinese government's campaign to enforce its prohibition of opium, which included destroying opium stocks owned by British merchants and the British East Indian Company, Britain. You know, I told you at the beginning that the more a people becomes brutal. Look, to gain power as a country is not an easy something. No? Every weapon must be used. The highest cruelty, the people that exhibited the highest cruelty in the world are the people on top. Europeans now. That's why Christianity. I don't know how to say it again. People that exhibited the highest form of cruelty in this world we are in. And they defended their religion. We are sometimes make how do we understand this? How? Do you know that Britain, in order to subjugate China in the middle 19th century, they were importing, and not British government encouraging the importation of opium from India, from Afghanistan, from Asia, bringing it in order to destroy the Chinese population. Do you know that? It's a weapon of war. Anything can be used as a weapon against the people. Do you know that? China Chinese dynasty, Chinese king started objecting. He started seeing, started getting reports that look, his people are being drug addicts. They sell the drugs almost next to nothing in the streets of China by Britain. Britain. These people use any type of weapon they could find. That is why our people don't understand the dynamics of this world. Look at some of our people, because of money, they bring drug factory in their own village. Hey, how Chinekele? What Britain used, and China objected. China objected, saying, no, stop bringing drug to our country. We're all our people, giving people drug free, almost free of charge. Youth started being drug addicts. Once you are a drug addict, you become nothing. You are a minus to the society. Because in here was you imbecile. Are you hearing me? An imbecile. Britain used it. And when China warned them to stop, Britain said no, that they are making their cells importation. You let up Britain. You led to war, the first war. Are you hearing what I'm saying? He led to war. Now, Britain, because they are always trying to find a way in order to stoke up a problem, to defeat a country. Once a country has a conquering tendency, they will never stop. It's like that is what the Fulani, that is their way. Once they see a people that is so cheap to them, before God and man, they cannot stop until you raise equal and opposite reaction to what they are doing. You cannot stop it by begging. Hey, I want to be Nigerian president. If Peter Obi tomorrow becomes Nigerian president, he is there as a figurehead. He can't do nothing, for goodness sake. I don't know. I don't know. How do we say this on Radio Biafra? Okay, they are outside now. So our people now are tying a beacon. It will just be there as a figurehead, just to give you our people sense of belonging, fake sense of belonging. That anything. What happened during Jonathan time? What happened? Oto in his village, did anything positive happen there? The answer is no. They are still drinking the same water they are pouring into till today. Britain used drug in order to destroy Chinese population. I say in this world, anything is allowed. As long the condition is, as long as you can get away with the consequences. You are not powerful until you exhibit it. When you compete and you claim you are powerful. You cannot be powerful for nothing. That is the rule of the world. Are you hearing me? That is the rule of the world. We are in a world of ikeketorie. The only difference is that it is not individual. It's a people, organized people that can be conquering, that can be conquerors. You must be organized, focused towards one direction in order to achieve your national objective. Otherwise, you can't do nothing. Is it the people that are having identity crisis? Some people are still, I be Chukwuemeka, but I'm not Igbo. Is it the people that we gather and say, oh yeah, let us fight for our, go and conquer others? Is it? No. This is a world of you conquer or be conquered. There is no neutral place. You rise up and become powerful, or the more powerful bring you down. And as they have closed the Obi Cubana, Chief Priest Cubana shop in Lagos. He will be rattling. He will now go to Ozodinma. Ozodinma will hope Ozodinma will follow back. Yeah, go and beg the Lagos governor. Begging. Always begging. You are at the mercy of these people. Always begging. No rights, but privileges. They'll give you privilege. Maybe after some time they will open it back. And he will shout, you see, after Ozodinma is gone, one day they will just close it and even bring it down on 80. You see, now because I be Igbo, that's why now you always complaining. I know now, always complaining. Rise up and support and do something you will not. That is why I am saying here on this hallowed platform, you must support what we are doing. Must support ESN. You can make contact. IPOB added $1 million or €1 million. We are not begging for Babayala. No. We are not beggars. Babayala. No. Now, when you look at the money, the coins you are no more using, you throw it to. No, we are not. You can call us and give us anonymously $1 million, $500,000, 500,000 euro. You know, any Swiss franc, any amount to give us. And to pry okpo hapụziere anyị na ọgụ ndị mmụọ as nkata said. Not always complaining. It is high time we come equal to the task. If we continue complaining, the world does not listen to complain. The world listens to when you rise up and you start fighting. They will come to separate, saying, okay, now what is the problem? Now you explain as equal. But whenever, hey, they are killing us. Now look at government should run and come to our aid. Yeah. South Sudan fought for 39 good years of war. Today they are free. A time came, America, the international community said no. Pressure rose on them. They did what they didn't want to do. They said, these people, they merit their freedom. Oh. They have been fighting, dying everywhere. So let us meditate. Let them have their country. Because as a black nation, you don't understand the type of racial hatred. Forget about the diplomacy. They want Africans to be annihilated from this planet Earth so that they will take over what is under our soil. Don't you know that? So if we continue complaining, they are laughing. They will give us say, don't worry, go and write more paper. Go and submit to United Nations. Don't worry. Maybe if you come out, they laugh. They look at you and laugh. They look at the Ashlog. The Germany. I was like, no more here. Rise up and do something. Join what you are doing. Because whether you like it or not, accept it or not, IPOB is the face of our liberation. IPOB is leading what we are doing today. That is it. Are you hearing me? So, you must support what we are doing. Now, let me conclude by saying Nigeria is using the extreme greed of most of our people as a very potent weapon against our race. They simply allow the greed to grow uncontrolled because they know that it is dog eating dog. So when they have a mini factory in Olo, who are they killing? Who are consuming it? Igbo people. When the owners come, the government will give them military escorts. They will carry heavy cars. Say, they wear different types of regalia. They will be promoted so that they continue killing our race. That is a part of the war. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? As the Nigerian government has failed us, and nature abhors vacuum. You know, nature abhors vacuum. IPOB is here as a state actor in order to control the excesses of some of our people, which has been unleashed against us with the total support of the Nigerian government. IPOB shall never shy away from her responsibility of leading us towards the way to civilization. You know, there is a brother, one Mazi, that called the other day. He brought about Rwandan president. No, we should be careful about that, this and that. And I said, look, I don't know. Anyway, sometimes some of our people, it depends on the news you consume. You act like that. But I suggest that we make our own researches also. Stop consuming American news. American mainstream media. It makes you, when you come out to speak, people will laugh at you, honestly speaking. You start Fox News, anything you say, this is because I have found out these people, the most potent weapon of this 21st century is the media. The West, they can use media to bring you down. They can use media to bring a government down. They will paint them the way the population will see them as that's why I don't, you see all this Western media. Maybe if I want to just listen to them for a fraction of minutes, or I just want them to, I want to know how they are reporting some issues. You know, let me say this. In order to build a nation, you need iron hand. Do you hear me well? Mostly, like in our land, you need iron hand, iron fist. That's why I don't blame Paul Kagame. Never. You see this democracy, you know, that's why our people, many of our people in America, they look at the world only through the vision of America. It's a fault also. I'm addressing our Biafrans. Stop looking at this world through American prism, through their vision. That is the way they see the world, the way they paint the world to you. Please try to balance equations with your brain. I am telling you. Do you see this so-called democracy? It can never work. The version of democracy they impose on us in Africa, in Nigeria, it can never work. Never. You know, let me tell you something. During the Cold War, America, I mean CIA, KGB, that is a Soviet secret service. Each of them use blackmail and greed in order to lure, to buy opponents as agents, to betray their countries. Are you hearing me? When they go to Interior Ministry, when they go to maybe White House, they scavenge and get somebody that can be able to be given, furnishing them, that will betray them. It is either blackmail, they use blackmail, or the person's greed, personal greed, love for money. In America, in Russia, the same thing. Or disgruntled fellow, you know. But let me tell you, in Africa, in Nigeria, they don't even need any other person, because the president of Nigeria is their agent. They have no secrets. Every state secret in the table of the president of Nigeria, Nigerian president, he send it to America. because they don't need to even so they don't need to start recruiting this person. The president, the Ishimini no Hanaka. That is the democracy. Because before they put him there, before he become the president, he signed, he is their agent. Do you see the difference? In other countries, they will scavenge for a high level official or low level official in order to recruit him or her anywhere. But in the case of Nigeria, the highest officer, the number one person in the country is their agent. So what do you think? That's why you see Fulani herdsmen are destroying everywhere, destroying farms. And a revelation is being made by a specialist. Dr. Njemanze is not anyhow person. He's an authority in what he's saying. Nigerian government never said, let us investigate this. They never call for senatorial review or investigation by the Senate. Instead, that person that is where Njemanze point and point, they welcome him with red carpet. He meets Tinubu at will. Why? Why so? Because of democracy. Before any person becomes president, he will sign. CIA will meet him. He will meet Downing Street. He will agree everything. He will sign the secret pact direct to be the agent. He have nothing to hide. That is how it is. So that is the democracy they put on us. That is why you see what happened in Mali, in Burkina Faso and Niger. It is a very big blow to them. Because they see, for them, they see a Neanderthal or some Neanderthals that are telling them no. For them, it never happened before. Since the resistance, see the African resistance against colonialism, they never see this before. And it baffles them. So, when you see any country that is trying to emerge from the grip of neo-colonialism, it's not easy. Okwa na Biafra. Biafra biakwa. Oga kwa adikwa easy in order to run away from the grip of the West. Because they have stationed their agents. Maka ndị ga-atọ ndọrọndọrọ maka ndị no now na-eche. Oh, people don't understand. I'm telling you. They are now waiting, because the West, they prepare for 50 years coming, 100 years coming. Whereas you are planning for now, tomorrow, now. Nechi. Even Nechi yourself, Bible says you don't think about tomorrow. That tomorrow will think about himself. But Britain is planning for 100 years in time. So they have manufactured the agents that are ready-made weapons. In case Biafra comes tomorrow, in case if it comes next year, in case if it is 5 years, in case if it is the next 10 years, they have planned everything. The people that they will use to cause a problem everywhere. But we are equal to the task. We must set the pace. So, what am I trying to say? We must exhibit civilization, or the highest form of civilization, in order to earn our space in this planet Earth. For you that is listening to me, maybe you are not an IPOB member. Not everybody must be an IPOB member, but you're a Biafran. You can simply make contact. I've been saying this. Make contact and say, please, connect them to the leadership. We shall simply do it. I want to actually forget about people that have used the name of IPOB. Now you think that no, so this thing. No. It is not how this is. We are whiter than white and whiter than snow. The leadership of this struggle. We are moving forward to restore our nation. So you have to support us. You have to support us. Because I used to see where anything that happened, people would say, hey, we are ESN then now, we are Ipob now. Oh no, no, crying name na Kenyon name na big. And they now say, Anabaka cho Anabaka elewata easy. Anabaka chi ihe na-ata. We must continue in what we are doing. This is where I'm going to stop. But let me read this before I go into a few minutes break. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, there is no ESN commander called Caterpillar. Kindly disregard this order because it is not coming from ESN. ESN commander under this Twitter handle. Biafrans should be careful of those using the name of ESN to defraud our people and carrying out criminal activities. Caterpillar is not recognized by ESN command, and ESN has no dealing with him and is not an ESN operative. Please, let us understand this. Please. Well, you know, these are the things we are saying. So please, as you hear, there is nobody. Caterpillar is not part of ESN. Please. You know, let me tell you people. I mean, a movement of this magnitude, there must be things like this coming in. There must be people of divergent interests, of selfish interests. It's just what I preached. Because many of our people are never civilized at all. What civilization is marked with? Organization. It is not about being good or, you know, being less brutal. No. But it is about collectivity. Are you hearing me? The Europeans, you see, they are polite. Individually, they are polite. But they are highly brutal in whatever they are doing. Their government is the most brutal. It's more than brutal in achieving their aim. Are you hearing what I'm saying? So, we must make sure, in order to continue in what we are doing, support ESN. Support ESN. I say it once again. Support ESN. IPOB is leading in our agitation, in our quest for liberation. What they are doing is trying to confuse people so that people will become just like Mazi now what is happening? That is what they want you to be disillusioned. Are you hearing what I'm saying? To be disillusioned. Are you hearing what I'm saying? So that when you see even the real ESN, you will not excuse me. Yeah, as I was saying, the activities of Nigeria is to use differences of people to disillusion you so that you don't know. You become confused because our people are always very easily confused. Before you know, say, "Nah, hapugam kam ga zụrụ ahịa m dị a, nna abeg Nigeria ka anyị zụọ ahịa anyị dị a, nna anything that will happen, let it happen." That's what they want you to, with the way they want you to behave, so that you continue being slaves. You hear what I'm saying? So let us be careful. I will go into a few minutes break because this is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling. Please do not go away. I will be right back. Don't go away. I will be right back, please. Do not go away.
Few months ago. So yeah, but I got Lagos. Now you relocate here business. Yeah. Emma, few months ago, our brother, Cubana chief priest, Gaba Lagos, Jemepe fast food, you know, and insecurity at Chugi also, na allow with insecurity at Chugi also Nemo. So yeah, but Gaba Lagos, now you relocate here business. Yeah. You know, we have been saying this and we keep saying it. No place like home. Yes, no place like home. There is insecurity in Imo State. We should all put hands together. Kolaya. Yes, I believe it. I want him also won't go bri. Obodo pagado homma. Ị ga-hapụ ziri ndị Awụsa, ị ga-hapụ ya ndị ugwu, ka ndị ga-hapụ obodo mpaga. Ndị oshi akarịa n'obodo unu, ndị oshi akarịa. Ị ga-hapụ ndị oshi obodo unu ka ha kọ nke agha. No, you put your hands together, you bring ideas, you bring security, you know, methodologies. Now, yesterday, or 2 days ago, Kochichi State, Lagos, gara kushie ebe Cubana chief priest na the business na Lagos. Kashie 1, as you know, environmental pollution. 2, noise pollution. Mana, no wherever or no. But what are any so? I think no place like home. There is no way government Imo State now cashier can come wherever the angels. See now the angels are cool. Now how they main bottle. No nice pollution. What you go environmental pollution. What you go this pollution. What you go that pollution. Because home is home. Home is home. Outside is outside. Come home and invest in your town. It's all right. But at the end of the day, everything with the consequences here. But I will still advise it. Yes, so can when I go over here. How can you make a branching car? No over here, Mona Bakaliki, you know, and Monaka. Because I'm not any part of Alibo come and pray that McDonald over here. Don't see Donald. Go and pray that one. Oh, well, as far as all one people they must always consider him. Manoje mepe arambo. Ichare bam na ndeni na bundi Yoruba. When fast food, when businesses. Odinka Cubana chief priest one night working well. Na hani na they make noise. No, na hani na environmental offense. But one noise offense they commit. They commit, but they be alanya. Ahun awu oluwole olushola. But ahun awu ariwola olushegun. But ahun awu Ahmed Bola. Asemba, onye kani hafia. Onye kani hafia. Oh yes, that is Nigeria for you. So, Osaka, Abuja, Gawa Lagos, Jeki, Ibepe business. Mbasa ye chetegu. Osaka ye ja anata. Iya ijigia 5. anata. So for ndị ka na-achọ imepe business na Lagos, na-achọ imepe business na Abuja, ebe nwata na-ebe akwa atụ aka nne ya nọ ya nna ya nọrọ ya maka na akụkata aka n'obi egosi ndị mmụọ ebe ndụ dị mmadụ onye nwere ntị ya nụrụ. Come home and invest. Ala mpaghara achụ gị ọsọ. Ihe ọbụla mebiga n'obodo mpago tiga aka ka emechie ihe. Ị na-agba ọsọ agbagara onye. Otu anyị nọ ihe a na-akwechiri ihe a na-aba mba na-aka insekuriti la anyị bacha mgbe ebe niile bịa jụọ oyi na-aga ịbịa lọta. Come back home, my friend.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi, Chinedu from the province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of September 2024. Therefore, our lines are now opened and our direct line as usual is +1 213 328 6224. +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us, but I have online Mazi Foreign with one of our reporters to give us some news they have, some information, I should say, they have. Please, Mazi, can you hear me?
Yeah, my brother, good evening from Poland here. Of course, I remain okay for the work, okay, and more for Maka Kanonolo, Imo province of Biafra land. Our leader still remains one and only, Mazi Nnamdi, which we can members of Chu Pezanya, or in that in this, and we quality have to appreciate our beloved Lolo, our eagle, Achalugwai, Uchechu Kuchukalan Keys, and we thank her for her broadcast. She is very, very agile, continue to educate us. At the head of the director, remain my chicken, and all is looking at doing wonderfully well, men and women of our radical soul, our Lord. I will continue to appreciate all of you. Yeah, Mazi, I have to say one or two things before I hand over to our beloved brother and reporter from the heartbeat of the state, Owerri. Firstly, the so-called Obi Kubana priest, that guy, he was instrumental to insecurity in Imo State because he did money laundering for Hope Uzodinma. And he left Imo State because he felt the python they are grown has overcome them. He ran away. He ran away, but only of land is in Suzo. At the end of the day, onye ọla ga-anata ụgwọ ọrụ ya because ịma pụọ na be gị nye nsị dị a ị ga-emecha abata ịbatara ya oge ga-egbo nsị ahụ. Now coming to what is happening in my own town, aka ebiri aka na-ada ogwu, it's quite unfortunate. I'm hearing the whole news, and a few months ago the vigilantes in my own village, Oba, the first village in Omaka, were killed. 4-5 people were killed. They are not yet be buried. And this way forgot the anger in Omaka, and they see went to police station Omaka to got it burnt. You see, because this police station about more than 3 or 4 times, and all do Omaka no about government, neither the state. And the Chuko Kabi American yesterday, because I tell Biafra all of them, they tinyaka, they nyoga, na lega. The same way can aga. But it's quite unfortunate that now Obabo Omaka, our beloved and lovely brother, Charles Igwebike, a businessman, a young, promising young man. Now after the junction, the kibble there, how Baboye Brumutia. The same thing that happened in Omalo Omaka a few months ago. A guy with a Venza, how the guy, Bruce Paul. You can see what is happening. And for those of them, according to the information, South Africa or wherever, now they are by now they may maybe say Alomaka, knowing fully well that the so-called hope was on my head to Omaka. Hope was on my have been trying everything to penetrate Omaka, which I have told some of our brothers 2 years ago. 2 years ago, that is why they are fighting to make sure they destroy Omaka. All these bad boys there, both in Asia or everywhere, all those areas, neighboring Omaka. Those areas now, both Omelo, both Ibule, both Amako, both Obabo, Ebi, just Omaka in general. And you see our own beloved brothers, Omaka lights. That when I join her, they woman, they kidnap women, they defy, they discredit our land. You never before. Here in Agua, but now, Okwa Naga 1-1. I naga 1-1 now. Free, I work an adogo. I in Africa, better, I in the Demre Hiola, but in Tiger Chicken Orange. But let me go search our beloved brother and come reform or whatever. Or why in any must exactly because I want a baby. Because any line the Kuloma you go is to tonight in the cook or Alarima. But in that Hana no Mazi. Then the when Hanana, the kind of corruption not in must take the man with a bonner. I never make a cut in must take. Maybe.
Mazi, how can it be possible when an evil person is imposed in our land? That is the problem.
Mazi, my brother, and where the whole 3 senatorial zone in must take. Here, Bolo, here, Bo, Okigwe, and over. Learn what is happening there. The Kwene Buka and I, so one Britain in Yon, Britain and Alibo. If Quadiwe has a Ghana, they kidnap, they boo people there. Did you tell one offer and in a one old boo? No, to before the Finland, perhaps the harm on a strategic places. They kidnap women. They naked their power sisters, Yola. Give for na ihe ndị a na-eme kaziwe ndị nwaanyị na-achị na-eme oke nọ n'ogwe oke nọ na mana ngwa ogidi n'anya ọkụ onye ọbụla flọte hope ụzọ dị mma ji metọsị ebe anyị wepụga emeka ihe dị ọhụrụ onye Mbaise bụ onye iche ọkpọ ile ọgbọ isi ala ndị ọbụla nọ n'Owere na-ananị na-ekwu n'Imo Steeti mana ebe ahụ ada agazi aga biko nwanne m nwoke bata ka biko wuru Igbo gwara ya ndị baanyị bikọs anyị na-asụkwa na ndị baanyị ọ ndị Imo ka a na-agwa ma onye ọla na ebe ọ na ọwụ onye Igbo Steeti na-anị ya so onye ọbụla amụ ihe ọ ga-eme ka Imo dị mma ka taa na-eri mma ka obodo ya dị mma ya bekwa mee ya enye ihe na mma akwasara bụrụtakwa na ọga na chekwa n'obodo ọ na ọ setkwalụ ọ bụrụkwa na ịkwụmrụ ụlọ nke ịkwụma nke were ndị Fulani na Hausa demedia onye ọbụla jikwa ọgbanihu agba n'ọnwa enye ihe na mma akwasa nwanne biko ji Igbo kọwala ndị be anyị ọla maka anyị kwata ndị ọcha nwa na-ekwere ada anụ ọ nwere ga-ehepụ anyị ọnwa ga-ehepụ onwe anyị Mazi ndewe from Biafra Imo ndewe
Okay, Mazi.
Igbo sọrọ ndị be anyị n'abalị a maka oyibo na anyị sifere ofe Igbo sọrọ anyị ka aghọta onye ukwu ma onye nta ma nwa ngwụrọ ma onye isi ya n'abalị a
Ịgwakwu n'eziokwu Maazị Kenoreke udo dịrị gị Maazị Jonathan ndewo ị na-agbalịla ndewo Maazị ị na-agbalịla Chukwu kabịa ma gọzini biko achọrọ m ikele ọha na eze ndị IPOB niile ebe niile ụwa niile gbasara asị m ka udo nke Chukwu okike abịa ma na-enye ka ọ nọnyere unu niile nọnyere ndị ndu anyị nọnyere ndị niile na-arụ ọrụ maka ndị ezigbo ndị niile na-arụ ọrụ maka nwere onwe ala Biafra so ọ ga-adịrị anyị niile na mma anyị niile ga-adị ndụ hụ Biafra ise Maazị enwere ihe m chọrọ iwebata n'abalị a nke mbụ ụzọ si Owere gawa Mbaise ịgwa unu kewa eziokwu onye si na ya nafọrọ agụghị ọkpụrụ ọnụ ọ na-atụole ndị Mbaise ụkwanị gọvanọ nke ndị Imo steeti wetara ọwụ na enwere onye anyị na-asọpọtụ rada ihe anyị kwuwe kewa eziokwu ya na ya bụ eghere ụzọ ahụ gara Mbaise gawara Ụmụahịa gawara Obowo gwukechia ụzọ ahụ na-agazi aga ọ hụtara ya na ọwụ ụzọ ọ ga-esi megide ndị nọ ebe ahụ obi ewu na ọwụ ndị n'ebe ahụ na-etinye aka n'ịkwatu ọchịchị anyị na-agwakwa n'ọwa niile ọha na eze si onye mekpara ihe o mekpara ya ejisi ya buru ụzọ ahụ ụzọ dede Samuel ọnụ n'aka mbakwe rụrụ rụcha ụzọ ahụ onwe mmebi o mebiri onwe ihe mere ya nị beta abịala na-agwụkeshia ya enwezikwa ụzọ esi esizi Owerri jewe Mbaise. Ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịga Mbaise na ị ga-agbazi ụzọ airport gawazie Mbaise ụdị onye ụzọ ị nwere ike iji baa Mbaise. A sị na ọwụwa ya enwezi ụzọ gara Mbaise again ka aha nke mbụ. Nke abụọ wụ anọda bụ fon nke nọ na Niger Delta asa ahịa ahụ asarị dịka ọgbọ. Ọ sị na ebe ọ na ndị Imo steeti gburu ụmụ nke ya n'obi nze na ọ ga ya na the Supreme Court Governor anyị nwere ebe a ha eme na agri akwụọ ya 500 million dịka onye zibata ozi anyị si zibata anyena ya the money ka o ji kpọkọta ndị ọ ga-akpọdanwu n'Imo steeti again gaba itikwa aka ime ka Imo steeti wụrụzie obodo ogbu mmadụ. Imo steeti awụrụzie obodo a na-ere anụ ahụ mmadụ. Imo steeti awụzi obodo a na-akwafu ọbara n'ike. So akwụọla ada ụgwọ and ọ na-ejikwa n'ihe onyonyo gosiri na ọ na-abịa aduo wito ụmụ nge ya ndị oshi na ndị ama ọ kpọkọtara. Anọda ebe ọzọ a sị na akwụrụ ụgwọ aha a ga-esi akpọbata hụ ndị ọzọ wụ na Edo steeti Edo ka akwụrụ anọda ụgwọ a ga-esi akpọta hụ ndị ọzọ ndị ogbu mmadụ ndị ọta mmadụ ndị lakpọrọ mmadụ ndị na-eme ụzọ n'ihe ihe niile dị iche iche a ga-akpọbata ha n'obodo anyị wụ Imo steeti ka a bịakwa na-egbu isikwe na-akpọrọ na-emekwa otu ndị kembụ si na-eme. Ebe ọzọ a sị na akwụkwara ụgwọ ahụ according to onye na-agbanye anyị onye nọ n'ime na-enye anyị nzisa ozi si na ọ na Kaduna steeti ka a nọkwa na-akpọkọta ụmụ okorobịa again a ga-akpọdo ha Imo steeti afta akwadochara ha ọfụma a ga-akpọdo ha hia ịbịakwa na-abịa ebuso agha n'Imo steeti hia. Dịka onye agha si ekwuwe ọ sịrị na ebe ọ na ọ ga-adọ vice president na 2027 na ọ ga-enyeziri ya aka those people ndị agha ga-awụzi ndị ọ ga-eji na-arụ ọrụ na-egbusisikwa ndị onye ọbụla nọchiri ụzọ na-akwado ya na onye ọbụla nọchiri ụzọ na-akwado ya. So ihe a na-awụ ihe na-eme n'Imo steeti now and oge na-adịghị anya ndị a niile na ga-abata n'Imo steeti join nnọkọzie wit ndị ka na-anọ that is amazikwa otu Imo steeti ga-adị adị. So anyị na-agwakwa onye ọbụla kwe nkwụcha cherekwe na ọ ga-eme. Nke atọ awụrụ n'ụzọ si Owerri na-aga Aba ọ na-erute Port Junction gawa gaolihu asif na-erute Ihite Junction na-eje Ọkpala. Enwere ndị Fulani ndị Arab contractors na-egwu aja n'ụzọ sitere Airport Junction rute Ihite. Enwere ebe a na-egwu aja ebe ahụ a sị na ndị Arab contractors a nyere ndị Fulani aha ebe ahụ ka a na-echerere ha ebe ahụ ha na-egwu aja na-echerere ha katapila na ihe ndị ọzọ ha eji egwugha aja. Then now ndị agha elezela anya duto na keme agbala ole keme ọnwa olele adị makwa aja egwu ebe ahụ ụzọ a chọrọ ịrụ ụzọ Aba to Owerri a chọrọ ịrụ adịzikwe ka arụgha. Ndị a werezie egbe e nyere ha na-ejizi ya na-ekidnapụ ndị mmadụ na-ejizi ya na-akpọrọ ndị mmadụ na-ejizi ya na-erepụzi ndị gara ọrụ ndị gara ahịa ha gazie ha kpọrọ mmadụ ole na ole ha nara ego ha jiri ụmụ nwaanyị gara ọrụ erepụ ha. So dịka ndị mwebata ozi si webata abịa ga n'ime ọhịa ebe ahụ ebe ndị agha ebe ha ebi adịka enwere otu esi nata ozi na lekwelekwe ihe a chọrọ ime then ha agbafochie then ite ha eji eshighe nri uwe ha eji adịla ihe niile ndị ọzọ ha na-eyuzu nọcha ebe ahụ ahụchara ya ha na-ekwu dat na ha ga-ejishi ike gazi ime ọhịa niile nọ site Airport Junction gawa Ihite medike na aja ọkpala na ọya niile n'ebe a na ha ga-agazi gaga enyocha ya na-enyochazi ọfụma enwe ndị ahụ fara maka ime ihe dị otu a. Ndewo maazị, ya wụ otu o si dịrị n'Imo steeti na
Maazị Kenke
There wo.
nwanne ọkwa Imo steeti ga-akparịcha ihe niile a. Anyị a na-agbara agbara ji ntị egere ndị be anyị ndị ọla ọsọrọ aka na ndị ma ha tie n'isi aka ibe dị ma ha dị ndị ọsọ ha chekwa obodo ha chekwa taa na chekwa vileji ha setọọla. Maazị Jonathan Ndewe adị m happy
There
na
wo.
ịkpọ onye ụzọ ebe a so kwe tinye ọnụ Ndewe
There wo.
mgbazi
That's
my
right.
brother thank
There
you
wo. There
onye
wo.
jiji anyị.
There wo. There one. There wo. Ọ bụ ihe mwute that ndị ba there wo. Ọ bụ ihe mwute that na be anyị ndị be anyị wụ oke n'ụlọ. ihe ha na-eke ike n'ụlọ. Sometimes the thing na-agbacha mgharị. Buru ike gị a kpọrọ ndị a gawa ndị a na-egbuchi anyị ndị eshi eshi bịa ha agada emenwu ya. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? I don't know whether you can hear me. Yeah, go on, please, go on. Why?
Mgbe ụfọdụ enwere ihe na-eme egbukwama mgbe a na-agba mgba nna m na-akpọrọ m akụkọ ụta na-echi agba mgba ị gaghị ekwe ka onye ga-aba mgba mata aka mgba gị maka ịmata aka mgba gị ihe eche gị ebe ahụ ị gaghị enwewu ihe na ị gaghị enwe ike isi ebe ahụ enweta ọ ga-adị mma ege ịkọsara ihe ndị a n'ikuku arị usoro ọnụ ga-eji ebu agha merie ka a ghara ikwukwenye n'ikuku ka gị gbara onye ahụ ama isi ihe ị gaghị gị ime amamihe ọzọ ga-esi n'ime ya apụta onye m saka m rụtụ m aka. Now, my dear brother, I heard when you refer to the Opium War. I have had a lot of arguments with a lot of ex-British officials. From time to time, I tend to come in contact with some of them here in California. And eventually, some of them, they will come to the point where they would agree that the British government has committed lots of atrocities in this world. Pretty much all they have done all along is just stealing, plundering, raping, committing all kinds of atrocities. It's a means of acquiring wealth. And they did this all over, especially Africa and around the world. So the Opium War, as you refer to, I remember when Mini came up, I wrote something on Twitter now known as X. And I asked, why now? It is another weapon on the block. That's how I saw it then. That was about 2 years ago. And I asked that our people pay attention to this, and I analogized it to what you refer to, which is the Opium War. So in this very thing, in our own case, from what I've read, there are factories now in our own communities where this is being manufactured. So the approach to eliminate it has to be different. In the case of Chinese, what they did was they made the trip from England to China a white good chase, a lost